If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 61, Into the Woods. After Melissa decided to stay home, determined to read more of the books in the chest, Scott, Styles, Allison, and Lydia set out for the Beacon Hills Preserve. The morning sun filtered through the thick canopy above as Styles' trusty jeep rattled to a stop near the edge of the woods. The group got out, energized and curious, their chatter filling the quiet forest. "All right, should we split up?" Styles asked. "No splitting up, Styles. This isn't a Scooby-Doo episode," Scott said with a smirk. "Stick together. It's safer." They walked deeper into the woods, the forest alive with birdsong and the occasional rustle of leaves. Allison got close to Lydia. "Hey, Lydia," she began, her tone light. "Are you still thinking about getting back with Jackson?" Lydia hesitated before shaking her head. "No. I'm done with him. I won't lie, I was heartbroken when he dumped me. For a while, I thought I wanted him back. But that was before." She glanced at the group. "Before all of you and Melissa. I'm in a better place now. I just want to be me and enjoy life with my real friends." Allison smiled warmly. "That's good to hear. Honestly, Jackson doesn't deserve you anyway." Scott, walking ahead, chimed in. "I think Jackson's already gotten the bite from Derek. I'm just curious what he'll turn into. A were donkey, maybe." Styles quipped, sending everyone into laughter. As they continued, their conversation shifted to myths and creatures. "You guys think herbivore shapeshifters exist?" Scott asked. Styles stroked his chin theatrically. A were rabbit, perhaps? The terror of all carrot patches." Lydia rolled her eyes but added. "What about a minotaur? I read about them in one of those books. But according to the book, they are known to eat people." "That's a comforting thought," Scott said dryly. "But yet, minotaurs. I forgot about those. I wonder if we'll ever run into one." "What about centaurs?" Allison asked. "Half human, half horse. Do you think they exist?" "If they do," Styles said, "then elves, dwarves, and dragons probably do too." Scott sighed. "I don't know about elves and dwarves. But I really hope dragons aren't real. Dealing with one would be difficult." As the banter continued, they approached a small pond nestled among the trees. Scott stopped abruptly, his expression turning serious. Lydia stepped forward, her gaze locked on the pond. "You feel it too, don't you?" Scott nodded. "Yeah. Something's definitely off." Allison and Styles exchanged uneasy glances. "What's wrong?" Allison asked. "I don't feel anything," Scott explained. "My senses are sharper than yours." "And Lydia?" He glanced at her. "Well, you're a banshee. It makes sense." Styles leaned closer to the pond. "What do you think it is?" "I don't know," Scott replied, his eyes narrowing. "But I think we're about to find out. Back up, guys. Something's coming." They barely had time to move before a long, slimy tongue shot out of the water, aiming for Scott. With lightning reflexes, he sidestepped and grabbed the tongue, yanking hard. A massive, grotesque frog-like creature was pulled from the pond, landing on its back with a heavy thud. What is that?" Styles stammered, his eyes wide. "It's a frog, if you can still call it that," Lydia said. The creature managed to flip onto its feet, its tongue shooting out again. Scott dodged and slashed at it with his claws, severing the tongue. The frog croaked in pain, but to everyone's shock, its tongue began to regenerate. "Cool. It can regenerate," Styles exclaimed. Scott grinned. "I'm definitely taking that power for myself." The frog crouched low, inhaling deeply, its body swelling. "Move!" Scott yelled. "I think it's about to attack with sound." The group scattered as the creature unleashed a deafening croak, the sound wave tearing through trees and leaving destruction in its wake. Then, the frog tried to retreat to the water. Scott leaped onto its back, delivering powerful blows to its head. The creature croaked in pain, struggling to escape. Finally, Scott plunged his claws into its body, absorbing its power. When the process was complete, he delivered a final punch, ending its life. "That sound attack was awesome," Styles said as he and the others approached. Scott nodded. Lydia can do that too, once she's strong enough. Lydia smiled faintly. I can't wait. Did you get its regeneration ability? Allison asked. Scott flexed his fingers. I think so. I feel that my body is full of vitality. But I'm not testing it. What about the dead frog? Styles asked, eyeing the massive frog. Leave it. Scott said with a shrug. The coyotes will take care of it. As they headed back, Lydia suddenly stopped. I think we should go that way, she said, pointing in a different direction. Styles frowned. But the car's this way. I remember. Lydia hesitated. I just feel like. She trailed off. Never mind. Let's go. Scott stepped closer. You felt something, didn't you? Lydia hesitated again before nodding. Trust your instincts, Scott said gently. And remember, you're not alone. We'll never think you're weird or be scared of you. If you ever feel something, anything, tell us immediately. And promise me one thing. What? Lydia asked softly. Never go alone, Scott said firmly. If you feel something or hear something calling to you, wait for us. Always. Allison placed a reassuring hand on Lydia's shoulder. Scott's right. You can sense death and danger, Lydia. But don't face it alone. Styles leaned in closer to Lydia, grinning mischievously. Yes, yes, you should always tell me. I love mysteries. So, what are you feeling right now? Lydia smirked and lightly pushed him back. Thank you, guys. Her expression turned serious as she pointed toward a shadowy area deeper in the woods. I feel something bad over there, something ominous. Scott's demeanor shifted immediately. All right, let's check it out. The group walked cautiously until they reached the mouth of a small cave. The air grew colder, and a strange stillness surrounded the area. Inside, they found the desiccated corpses of deer, encased in spider silk-like sacks hanging eerily from the cave walls. Allison inspected one of the sacks and opened it. This one looks fresh. It probably died recently, but... She frowned. It's just skin and bones. Scott scanned the cave with narrowed eyes. Whatever did this isn't a spider like that frog. This is the work of a shapeshifter. Styles, standing behind him, tilted his head. How can you tell? Use your senses, Scott said, gesturing around. Smell in particular. The others sniffed the air a few times, but they all shook their heads. I only smell dirt, animals, and us, Allison said. Scott sighed, his heightened senses picking up more. I can smell her. She's a woman, and she was here yesterday or the day before. Allison crossed her arms, frowning. Why is it always women? Almost all the bad guys we've faced so far have been women. Styles raised a finger. Maybe it's because women are inherently evil. Scott turned to him with a deadpan expression. No wonder you're single. Styles blinked, confused. What? Scott smirked. Run, you idiot. Styles looked at Allison and Lydia, their expressions darkening. He yelped and bolted. Come back here, Styles. Allison yelled, chasing after him. I'll show you how evil we are. Styles laughed nervously while running. See? You're just proving my point. Lydia joined the pursuit, laughing as well. The chase didn't last long. Allison caught up to Styles, delivering a kick to his leg that sent him sprawling to the ground. Ah! Styles groaned, clutching his side. I think I broke something. Girls, I was just joking. Allison smirked, standing over him. We know. She glanced at Lydia, who grinned back. But we won't forgive you unless you spar with both of us. Styles looked horrified. What? That's not fair. Lydia crouched next to him, her grin widening. Come on, Styles. Don't be a little bitch. Besides, we all heal quickly now. No excuses. Styles groaned dramatically before throwing up his hands. Fine, but no hitting the face. The sparring session began, and though Styles put up a valiant effort, it wasn't long before he ended up on the ground again, thoroughly beaten. Scott, leaning casually against a tree, laughed as he watched. All right, let's head home. I'm starving. Chapter 62, The Arachnne. Back at Scott's house, the group sat around the kitchen table, eating lunch with Melissa. Plates clinked as conversations buzzed. They recounted their experience in the woods, everything from the giant frog to the spider silk sacks with dried-up animals inside. Melissa listened intently, her brow furrowed in thought. "I'm not sure about the frog," Melissa began, setting her fork down. "But while you were out, I came across something in one of the books from the chest. It's about a shapeshifter that can turn into a spider. It's called an Arachnne." Styles, his mouth half full of food, leaned forward eagerly. "What does it do?" he asked, bits of food almost flying out. Melissa shot him a look before continuing. "The Arachnne can shift into a spider with the torso of a human. They charm their victims and feed on people, especially younger humans, to stay young. They can use poison and shoot silk from their mouths." Allison's eyes narrowed. "Are there any other shapeshifters with spider-like powers?" "I don't know," Melissa admitted. "But the Arachnne is the only one I've read about that matches what you found in the woods. And there's one more thing you need to know about them." Scott leaned forward. "What?" "They can turn people into Arachnne by biting them. If we don't find her quickly, we could be dealing with an army of spiders." Styles groaned dramatically, throwing his head back. "Great! Giant spiders! Just what we need right now." After lunch, Lydia and Styles headed home, while Allison stayed to read more books with Melissa. Scott left for the animal clinic, his mind busy with thoughts of the Arachnne. The next day, Scott and his friends spotted Jackson at school. The arrogant teen had been bitten by Derek but hadn't yet unlocked his powers. Scott observed him carefully, thinking, "Jackson's definitely going to turn into a Cana. Should I take his powers? No, they're useless to me. But maybe someone in my pack could use them." Deciding it wasn't worth the effort, Scott and his friends ignored Jackson. After school, Allison accompanied Scott to the clinic. She helped with the animals, since Deaton hadn't returned yet. On their way home in Scott's Camaro, they noticed Boyd walking into the woods with a woman. "Isn't that Boyd?" Allison asked, her voice tinged with concern. Scott glanced over, his brows furrowing. "Yeah. I don't like that woman with him," Allison said. "Something about her feels off." Scott's jaw tightened. "You feel it too? She's probably like the Lamia we dealt with before." They parked the car and quietly followed Boyd and the woman into the woods. The deeper they went, the darker the woods seemed to grow. Suddenly, the woman stopped and turned to Boyd, who looked dazed. Scott and Allison watched from the shadows as the woman's body began to shift grotesquely. Her lower half transformed into the body of a massive spider, while her upper half remained human, eerily beautiful but deadly. Allison's breath hitched. "She's the Arachnne we're looking for." "Probably," Scott replied, his voice low. "I'll confirm it once I read her memories. Hopefully, she hasn't bitten anyone yet." Scott turned to Allison, his expression softening for a moment. "Babe, stay here. I'm going to save Boyd and deal with that oversized bug." Allison nodded, though her eyes betrayed her worry. "Be careful." Scott smirked. "Always." Scott stepped out of the shadows just as the Arachnne leaned in to bite Boyd. "Hey, bug!" he called out casually. "Hate to ruin your meal, but you can't eat him. He's my classmate." The Arachnne straightened, her eyes glinting with malice. "A wolf, hey? What do you want? This doesn't concern you." Scott's red eyes glowed. "You're in my territory, trying to eat one of my classmates. Pretty sure it concerns me." The Arachnne hissed. "Your territory? Then I'll just have to kill you and make it mine. You're not the first wolf I've killed. And thinking about it, it's been a while since I've eaten one of your kind." Scott smiled. Big talk for a bug. Before she could react, Scott disappeared from her sight, reappearing in front of her in an instant. He aimed a powerful kick at her head, but she raised her arms in defense. The impact sent her skidding several feet back. Scott grinned. "Interesting. You can't keep up with my speed, but you can sense danger. Am I right, bug?" The Arachnne glared at Scott but said nothing. Deep down, she knew she wasn't a match for his strength. Scott turned to Boyd, who was standing in a daze, and slapped him lightly across the face. "Wake up, Boyd." Boyd blinked rapidly, disoriented. "What the hell? Where am I? And McCall? Why are your eyes glowing red?" Scott sighed, rubbing his temples. "We'll talk later, now go to Allison, she's over there. I'll deal with your girlfriend. Boyd frowned. Girlfriend? What are you talking about? I don't have a. Scott pointed at the Arachnne. Her. Boyd's jaw dropped as he took in the horrifying sight of the creature with the lower body of a massive spider and the upper torso of a woman. What the? Is this some kind of dream? Scott rolled his eyes and slapped Boyd again, this time a little harder. Boyd shouted. McCall. Do you want to fight? No. Scott said flatly. I just needed you to wake up. This isn't a dream, is it? Boyd panicked, and he glanced back at the Arachnne. His voice wavered as recognition dawned. Wait, you're the woman from the store. What are you? Why did you bring me here? She's an Arachnne. Scott said. And she brought your dumb ass here to eat you. Now go to Allison, or I swear I'll leave and let her finish her meal. Boyd hesitated before muttering, fine. But you'd better explain all this later. He walked toward Allison, still shaken. Scott waved him off dismissively before turning his attention back to the Arachnne. You're surprisingly polite, letting us have our little chat. The Arachne's eyes narrowed, and Scott noticed her partially healed arms twitching. He smirked. Ah, I see. You weren't being polite, you were stalling for time. The creature's lips curled into a sinister smile. Tonight, I'm feasting on all three of you. She hissed, her voice dripping with malice. And I'll start with your girl, Wolf. With a sudden motion, the Arachnne shot a stream of liquid toward Allison. But Allison, moving with supernatural speed, grabbed Boyd and dragged him out of harm's way as if he weighed nothing. The liquid struck a nearby tree, solidifying into sticky, glistening spider silk. Scott, unfazed, glanced at Allison and Boyd, noting their safe position. He smirked at the Arachnne. Big mistake, bug. You shouldn't have done that. Before she could react, Scott moved, a blur of motion. In an instant, he was beside her, grabbing one of her massive spider legs. With a sharp twist, he lifted her into the air and slammed her against a thick tree trunk. The Arachnne screeched in pain. After the violent impact, the Arachnne began to shift, her massive spider form shrinking into something more humanoid. From her back sprouted 6 spider legs, sharp and menacing. Her face was a grotesque fusion of spider and woman, adorned with 6 gleaming eyes and fang-like pincers. A green, viscous liquid dripped from her mouth, hissing as it hit the ground. She fixed all 6 of her eyes on Scott, hatred burning within them. You'll pay for that, mutt. She hissed, her voice guttural and venomous. Without hesitation, the Arachnne launched a series of web attacks, each aimed with deadly precision. But Scott was too fast, darting out of reach before any could touch him. He seemed to vanish and reappear like a ghost, frustrating her attempts. As he dodged, Scott noticed something about her movements. She wasn't just attacking blindly, she could predict from where he was going to attack her. Each time he prepared to strike, she would spit webs in the direction he was about to move, forcing him to adjust his approach. After testing her reactions for a while, Scott decided he'd had enough. His eyes glowed brighter, and a low growl rumbled in his chest. He tapped deeper into his wolf side, fur sprouted along his cheeks, his muscles tensed, and his speed and strength surged beyond his normal human form. This time, when Scott attacked, he was a blur of motion, faster and more aggressive than before. Panic flashed in the Arachnne many eyes as she realized she couldn't counter his moves anymore. She sensed the danger but couldn't react in time. Scott closed the gap between them in an instant and delivered a devastating punch to her midsection. The force of the blow cracked her exoskeleton and snapped her back, sending her crumpling to the ground. Her body twitching in pain. Wasting no time, Scott sank his claws into the back of her neck, ensuring she couldn't move. With a deep breath, he focused, delving into her memories. Flashes of her life played in Scott's mind, decades of luring unsuspecting victims, draining their lives to sustain her own youth. When he pulled back, his eyes burned with determination. He began absorbing her powers. The Arachne's body trembled as she regained some awareness. Realizing Scott was stealing her abilities, she thrashed weakly, but her broken back rendered her efforts futile. With every moment, her strength dwindled until she reverted to her human form, a frail, elderly woman, barely clinging to life. Scott smiled, sensing the newfound ability coursing through him, the power to detect danger just like she could. Allison emerged from the shadows, Boyd following hesitantly behind her. Boyd's eyes darted between Scott and the old woman. What are you going to do with her? Boyd asked, his voice uneasy. And why does she look like that now? Scott's glowing red eyes dimmed as he shifted back to his human form. She turned old because she lost all her strength. As for what I'll do with her, I'll kill her, of course. She's a monster. Boyd flinched. Aren't you a monster too? Scott smirked, baring his fangs for a brief moment. I didn't mean it like that, McCall. Boyd stammered. Scott waved dismissively and chuckled. Relax, Boyd. I'm not offended. When I said she's a monster, I wasn't talking about her turning into a spider. I meant the fact that she eats humans, especially young and reckless ones like you, to stay young. I saw it all in her memories. She's done this countless times. Allison frowned. Did you find out if she's connected to the Vryolakus pack? Scott shook his head. No. She's not part of their pack. She came to Beacon Hills 2 weeks ago and stayed in the woods until 3 days ago. Did she turn anyone into an Arachnne? Allison asked. No. Scott said. Boyd here was supposed to be her first victim. Allison sighed in relief. Good. Boyd, still struggling to process everything, blurted out. Can someone explain what the hell is going on? Scott turned to him. To make a long story short, the supernatural exists: werewolves, vampires, shapeshifters, the whole deal. Welcome to the real world. Boyd blinked, his mind reeling. Scott studied him thoughtfully, recalling his memories from the show. Boyd was one of Derek's betas, and he had so much potential. But Derek failed him, ended up killing him, even if it was under forced circumstances. It didn't change the fact that Derek was a shitty alpha. Maybe I should make Boyd part of my pack. Scott made a decision. Hey, Boyd. Scott said, snapping him out of his daze. Do you want to become like me? Boyd frowned. First off, what even are you? I heard that thing call you a wolf, but I don't know what that means. Scott smirked. I'm a werewolf. Boyd hesitated, glancing between Scott and the now old and weak Arachnne. What do I have to do to become like you? And what's the catch? Scott's eyes narrowed slightly. To become a werewolf, you just need to accept the bite from me. The catch? You'll become my beta. Boyd stepped back, his posture tense as he stared at Scott warily. What? Beta? What does that even mean? Scott frowned and crossed his arms. Relax, idiot. I'm not talking about something weird. An alpha leads the pack like me. A beta is a member of the pack. Boyd awkwardly cleared his throat. Oh. I see. Scott continued. Look, if you decide to join my pack, it's a lifelong commitment. We'll be like family, but you'll also have to fight creatures like that Arachnne and help protect Beacon Hills. And if you betray me, well, let's just say it won't end well. Take the night to think it over and give me your answer tomorrow. Boyd tilted his head. That's it? No other strings attached? Scott shrugged. There's a lot more to it, but if you don't want to be a werewolf, there's no point in explaining everything now. Boyd glanced at Scott, his suspicion giving way to a tentative smile. If I become part of your pack, does that mean we'll be friends? You know, hang out and all that. Scott chuckled. Yeah. Like I said, a pack is like a family. Boyd nodded firmly. Then I don't need to wait until tomorrow. I want to be like you now. Scott raised an eyebrow. All right, but first, let me call Styles and ask him to bring a shovel. We need to bury the Arachnne. Boyd froze. Wait, you're planning to bury her alive? Scott shook his head, walking over to the Arachnne. Without hesitation, he broke her neck with a swift motion, her body falling limp. He turned back to Boyd. Now she's dead and ready to be buried. Boyd stared at Scott, a mix of unease and awe flickering in his eyes. McCall, you look way too comfortable with killing her. And why isn't your girlfriend even fazed by any of this? Allison smiled and stepped forward. I've seen worse. And if you're feeling sorry for that thing, remember she brought you here to eat you. That's what she does, Boyd. She eats people. Scott nodded and pulled out his phone and called Styles. Bring a shovel. He said bluntly. We've got a dead body to bury. While waiting for Styles, Scott explained more to Boyd. All right, while we wait for the shovel, let's talk. You need to understand what being a beta means, what an alpha is, and a whole lot more about the supernatural world. Scott explained more to Boyd the responsibilities of being in a pack, and the dangers of their world. Boyd listened intently, his resolve only growing stronger. When Styles arrived, grumbling about being dragged into grave-digging duty, they buried the Arachne's body in a quiet spot in the woods. Afterward, Scott gave Boyd the bite, sealing his place in the pack. As the night deepened, Scott and Allison returned home, leaving Styles to drive Boyd back. Chapter 63, Building the Pack. The morning after his fight with the Arachne, Scott woke up with Allison sleeping peacefully by his side. He smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her face, but his mind was already spinning with plans. Since I've already brought Boyd into the pack, I might as well add Isaac and Erica too, he thought. And Malia, but before I find her, I need to test something. What happens if I bite another werewolf? Can I pass my special abilities to them? If I can, then Malia will be a great addition to the pack. But if I can't, she'll just be a liability, and I don't like weaknesses. Scott's thoughts shifted to the Omega that would soon arrive in town. He'll make the perfect test subject. I can see if the bite transfers my abilities and test what happens when I kick someone out of the pack. After that, well, he's a cannibal, so I'll put him down. His musings were interrupted when Allison stirred, kissing him softly as her eyes fluttered open. What are you thinking about? She asked, her voice still drowsy. Scott smiled. I was thinking about adding more people to our pack. With all the threats and the Nemeton drawing supernatural creatures here, we need more help. Allison nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. But who are you planning to turn? They have to be trustworthy. I was thinking about Erica Reyes and Isaac Lahaye. Scott replied. Why them? Scott paused, organizing his thoughts. Isaac's dad is abusive. It's made him afraid of everyone around him, and he doesn't have any friends. If he accepts the bite, we can be his family. Allison frowned but nodded. And Erica? She has a severe case of epilepsy. It's made her shy and insecure at school, and you've seen how the other girls treat her. If I offer her the bite, it could cure her. But, like Boyd, I'll make sure she knows everything before she decides. Allison leaned back, considering his words. But what if they leave the pack after you turn them? You're not a normal werewolf, everyone you turn will have your special abilities, and that could cause problems. Scott smirked and brushed a hand through her hair. I'm pretty sure that if someone quits or betrays me, they'll lose my special abilities and just become regular werewolves. Worst case, I can put them to sleep permanently. Allison rolled her eyes. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Scott's tone grew serious. I actually want to test that theory. I'll find someone evil and see if they gain my abilities. Then I'll kick them out of the pack to see if they lose them. He gave a dark chuckle. And after I'm done with them, you know. Allison shook her head but laughed softly. That's dark, but I like the way you think. Now let's get ready for school. At breakfast, Scott looked across the table at his mom. Aren't you going back to work, Mom? Melissa shook her head, a thoughtful expression on her face. No, I've decided to quit. I've been thinking about learning from Deedon when he gets back. Scott's face lit up with a smile. Honestly, I'm glad to hear that. I don't want you working as a nurse anymore. Plus, I've been thinking about something else, Mom. We should buy a bigger house. I'm building a pack, and we're going to need more space. Melissa raised an eyebrow but nodded thoughtfully. A bigger house, huh? That's a good idea. How about a ranch? Something with plenty of land and privacy. Scott grinned. That sounds perfect if we can find one. Melissa pushed her chair back and stood. Well, I'm not doing much right now, so I'll start looking around and see if I can find something suitable. As she picked up her coffee cup, Scott added, while you're at it, see if you can find a building in town we can buy. Melissa paused mid-sip, giving him a curious look. A building? Why? Scott leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. We could turn the ground floor into a coffee shop. It'd be our hangout spot, somewhere the pack can gather. And for the rest of the building? Well, we can do whatever we want with it. Melissa chuckled. All right, I'll see what I can find. After finishing their breakfast, Scott and Allison said goodbye to Melissa and headed out for school. Melissa stayed behind, already planning her day of house and building hunting. At school, Scott and Allison met Boyd, Styles, and Lydia near the entrance. Allison greeted them cheerfully before pulling Lydia aside to talk. Scott turned to Boyd. "How are you feeling?" Boyd grinned. "I feel amazing. Alive, like I can do anything." "Thank you." Scott clapped him on the shoulder. "Good. Let's get to class." At lunch, Scott gathered Allison, Styles, Boyd, and Lydia. "I've been thinking about adding Isaac and Erica to the pack," he said. Lydia raised an eyebrow. "Isaac and Erica? That's an interesting choice." "Lydia, I need you to bring Erica to my house after school," Scott said. Lydia gave a small nod. "Okay. That's manageable." Allison chimed in. "I'll go with Lydia. Erica might feel more comfortable with me there too." Scott turned to Styles and Boyd. "Styles, I need you and Boyd to bring Isaac to my house. Remember, he's terrified of his father, so you'll have to convince him carefully." Styles grinned. "Or we could just kidnap him." Scott rolled his eyes. "Boyd, make sure he doesn't do anything stupid." Boyd smirked. "I'll do my best." "Good. Once you've got them at my house, tell them everything they need to know. I'll join you after I finish up at the animal clinic." After school, Allison and Lydia spotted Erica near the parking lot. Lydia approached her first, flashing a friendly smile. "Hey, Erica, do you want to be friends with us?" Erica looked up, her expression cautious. "Why would the two most popular girls in school want to be friends with someone like me?" she asked timidly. Lydia shrugged with a casual air. "Because we feel like it." Erica's eyes narrowed. "Please, I don't want any trouble. Can I go now? My mom is waiting for me." Allison stepped forward, her voice calm and sincere. "Don't worry, Erica. We're not here to make fun of you. We really do want to be your friends." Erica hesitated, her tone sharp with bitterness. "You want to be friends with the sick girl? To make yourselves look good? To feel better about yourselves?" Her voice cracked slightly. "I don't want your sympathy. Just leave me alone." Allison said softly, "All right, what if I told you we can help you heal completely? Not just to be a normal girl but to become something more than normal." Erica hesitated, skepticism clear on her face. She didn't believe them, how could she? But a small part of her, buried under years of pain and insecurity, whispered. "What if it's true?" Unable to stop herself, she asked, "How?" Allison leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. "What if I told you the supernatural is real? Werewolves, vampires, shapeshifters, they're not just myths." Erica frowned, shaking her head. "You're lying. You're just trying to prank me, aren't you? I'm leaving." She turned to walk away. Allison's voice stopped her. "I can prove it." Erica froze mid-step and turned around. "Prove it?" she challenged, though her voice trembled slightly. Allison looked around to make sure no one was watching. "All right. Look at my hand." Erica's eyes followed as Allison's hand shifted, white claws extending from her fingers. Her mouth opened in shock. When Allison retracted her claws, she met Erica's wide eyes. "Do you believe me now?" Erica nodded nervously. "If I become like you, will I really be healed? Can I be normal?" Allison smiled gently. "Not just normal. Something better. But there's a lot you need to know before making this choice." Erica hesitated. "Like what?" "If you want to know more, you'll have to come with us," Allison said simply. Erica bit her lip, glancing toward the parking lot. After a long pause, she nodded. "Okay. But we have to tell my mom first." After a brief conversation with Erica's mom, assuring her that Erica was joining them for a school project, they drove to Scott's house in Lydia's car. Meanwhile, Styles and Boyd spotted Isaac walking home alone. Styles, always eager, shouted, "Isaac!" and took off running toward him. Boyd followed close behind. Isaac saw them coming and panicked, breaking into a sprint. Styles yelled. "Hey, wait! Why are you running?" Boyd caught up to Styles with ease. "He's running because you scared him." Styles scoffed. "Why would he be scared of me? I look harmless." He glanced at Boyd. "Maybe he saw you and got scared." Boyd rolled his eyes. "That's racist." "It's not racist." Styles protested. You just look big and intimidating. While they bickered, they quickly caught up to Isaac. Styles, now jogging easily alongside Isaac, smirked at him. Hey, can you stop running? We just want to talk. Isaac glared at him but kept running, pushing himself harder. No matter how fast he went, Styles and Boyd stayed right with him. Frustrated, Isaac finally stopped, breathing heavily. Styles grinned. Finally. Look, man, we're not here to hurt you. I know Boyd looks scary, but he's a nice guy. Promise. Isaac, still catching his breath, glared at Styles. Actually, you're the scary one. That creepy smile of yours is terrifying. Styles clutched his chest dramatically. Your words hurt, man. Isaac frowned. What do you two want from me? Styles perked up. Glad you asked. We want you to come with us too. No. Isaac interrupted firmly. I'm not going anywhere with you, Stilinski. Boyd sighed and stepped forward. Isaac, do you want to stop being afraid all the time? Do you want to be strong? To have friends? I know about your dad. Isaac tensed. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm leaving. Isaac, look. Boyd said, rolling up his sleeve. Isaac's eyes widened as Boyd extended claws from his fingertips and scratched his own arm. The wound healed instantly. Isaac stared in disbelief. How did you do that? Boyd's voice was steady. I'm a werewolf. Do you want to be like me? A werewolf? Isaac stammered. Yes. Boyd said simply. Do you want to be like me or not? Styles couldn't resist grinning mischievously. Maybe we should just kidnap him after all. Styles? Boyd said sharply. You're not helping. He turned back to Isaac, his tone softening. Don't mind him. He's weird, but harmless. Look, Isaac, if you want to stop being scared and start being something more, come with us. Isaac hesitated, glancing nervously at the ground. But, what about my dad? He'll be mad if I'm late. Styles smirked. Tell him you're working on a school project with a classmate and won't be back until tomorrow. Isaac frowned but pulled out his phone. After a tense conversation, his father reluctantly agreed, though not without some yelling. When Isaac hung up, Boyd nodded. Let's go. Reluctantly, Isaac followed them, unaware of how much his life was about to change. When Styles, Boyd, and Isaac arrived at Scott's house, they found Allison, Lydia, and Erica already waiting in the living room. Styles clapped his hands together. Great, now that everyone's here, let's get down to business. The group gathered around in the living room, sitting in a loose circle on the couches and chairs. Scott wasn't home yet, but Allison and Lydia took the lead, explaining everything Erica and Isaac needed to know about werewolves, packs, and the supernatural world they were about to enter. By the time they finished, Erica looked pale, though determination glimmered in her eyes. So, we really have to fight evil people? Monsters? And kill people? Styles leaned forward, his tone serious but not without his usual humor. Bad people, Erica. Only bad people. We're not going to hurt anyone innocent. That's not who we are. Isaac hesitated before asking. Who's going to give us the bite? Lydia's lips curled into a knowing smile. Scott will. He's the alpha. Isaac blinked in surprise. You mean McCall? Where is he? Styles leaned back, throwing an arm over the couch. He'll be here soon. Probably wrapping up at the clinic or something. After a while, the door opened, and Scott walked in. His face softened as he spotted Allison, and he greeted her with a kiss before turning to Isaac and Erica. His eyes scanned them carefully. They told you everything? Scott asked. Erica and Isaac nodded. Scott crossed his arms. You know this is a lifelong commitment, right? Once you're part of my pack, there's no backing out. If you betray me. His eyes flashed a dangerous red. It won't end well for you. Both Erica and Isaac swallowed hard but nodded again, their determination unwavering. Scott continued. And what do you think about fighting and killing, if necessary? Erica glanced at her hands, her voice shaky but resolute. I'll do it, but it'll take some getting used to. Isaac nodded in agreement. Same here. Scott's red eyes glowed brighter, his wolf fangs extending as he stepped forward. "All right. Give me your arms." Both Erica and Isaac extended their arms without hesitation. Scott's movements were smooth and precise as he gave them the bite, his teeth sinking into their skin. They winced but didn't pull away. Once it was done, Scott stepped back. "Welcome to the pack," he said. A few moments later, Melissa arrived home. She walked in, her bag slung over one shoulder, and paused when she saw the group. Scott immediately introduced Boyd, Erica, and Isaac to her. "Hi, nice to meet you all," Melissa said warmly before heading upstairs to change. As soon as she disappeared up the stairs, Isaac whispered, "That's your mom? She looks so young." Scott's sharp ears caught the comment, and he turned to Isaac and Boyd with a deadpan expression. "Yes, she's my mom. And just so we're clear, if anyone looks at her the wrong way, they'll regret it." Styles snickered. "Relax, Alpha. They're not dumb enough to try anything." The tension broke, and the group laughed. They ordered takeout for dinner, the house filling with the smell of pizza and fries. Around the table, the pack shared stories, laughed, and started to bond. Erica began to loosen up, her timid demeanor giving way to cautious smiles. Isaac, too, seemed more relaxed, occasionally joining in the banter with Styles and Boyd. Later that night, Scott arranged sleeping spots for everyone. "All right," he said, stretching as the group started winding down. "I'll see you all tomorrow. Get some rest." Chapter 64, Derek's New Pack. The next day, Erica woke up and immediately felt it, the changes in her body. She sat up, her hands trembling as she touched her face, her skin smooth and alive with energy. Tears filled her eyes, and before she knew it, she was sobbing out loud, overcome with joy and relief. Melissa, hearing the cries, quickly entered the room. She sat beside Erica, rubbing her back gently and coaxing her to calm down. Hey, it's okay, sweetheart. Just take a deep breath." Erica wiped her tears, looking up at Melissa with watery eyes. "I don't know how I can ever repay Scott for this," she whispered, her voice trembling. Melissa gave her a kind smile. "That's easy," she said warmly. "Just don't betray him, Erica." Erica sat up straighter, a determination shining in her eyes. "Never," she said firmly. "I have friends now, and I'll never betray them." Melissa smiled wider and patted her shoulder. "That's what I like to hear. But now, young lady, you need to take a shower." Erica blinked and looked down at herself, realizing she was drenched in sweat from head to toe. She blushed furiously, tugging at the blanket to cover herself. Where's the bathroom?" Melissa chuckled softly and stood up. "Come with me. I'll show you where it is." Meanwhile, Scott woke up and grabbed a change of clothes before heading to the room where Isaac had spent the night. He opened the door to find Boyd and Isaac arm wrestling on the floor. Scott leaned against the door frame, smirking. "What are you two doing?" Boyd grunted as he held Isaac's arm steady. "Just seeing who is stronger." Scott rolled his eyes and tossed the clothes to Isaac. "Here, man, go take a shower." Isaac caught the clothes. "Thanks." Scott looked at Boyd. "Hey, Boyd, can you cook?" Boyd stood up, stretching his muscles. "Yeah, I know my way around a kitchen." "Good. Come help me make breakfast," Scott said, motioning for him to follow. Scott and Boyd worked together in the kitchen, quickly preparing breakfast. By the time everything was ready, the smell of pancakes, eggs, and bacon filled the house, drawing everyone to the table. They all sat down eating together. Allison looked at Scott. "Scott, you go ahead to school. Lydia, Erica, and I are skipping the morning period." Scott raised a brow. "Skipping school? Since when do you guys become delinquents?" Allison smirked. "We're taking Erica shopping. She needs some new clothes after everything." Scott nodded. "All right." Scott turned to his mom. "What about you, Mom? Still house hunting today?" Melissa nodded as she sipped her coffee. "Yes. I didn't find anything yesterday, but I'll keep looking. We'll find something perfect. Take your time," Scott said. "We're not in a hurry." Melissa smiled fondly. "I know, but honestly, I have nothing else to do." After breakfast, Scott drove to school with Isaac while Boyd hitched a ride with Styles. In the car, Scott glanced at Isaac, who stared out the window. You know, Isaac, you need to stand up to your dad now. Scott said casually. You can't let him scare you anymore. And I'm not saying you should beat him or anything. He's still your dad, for better or worse. But you need to make him understand that you're grown now. You're not going to let him abuse you anymore. Isaac sighed, his shoulders slumping. That'll just make him angrier. Then leave. If he doesn't get it, come stay at my place. If he tries anything, we'll tell Styles' dad. The guy's the sheriff, he'll handle it. Scott said. Isaac turned to Scott, surprised. I thought you'd say you'd deal with him yourself. Scott shook his head. Nah, man. He's your father. Family's complicated. Like they say, blood's thicker than water. It's not my place to get between you two. That wouldn't end well for anyone. Isaac fell silent for a moment, looking out the window. Finally, he muttered. He wasn't always like this, you know. After my mom died, he got bad. But when my brother died too, that's when he turned violent. That's not an excuse. Scott said. He let his grief turn him into someone you're afraid of. He lost your mom and your brother, yeah, but you lost them too. Instead of holding on to what he had left, he hurt you. That makes him a dick. Isaac blinked, then let out a small, unexpected chuckle. Yeah, he is a dick. When they arrived at school, Scott, Isaac, Styles, and Boyd were walking together when they came across Jackson. Jackson stood near his locker with 3 other students. Scott could tell immediately that they were newly turned werewolves. As they passed by, Scott smirked and said, "You don't look so good, Jackson." Jackson stiffened but didn't dare look Scott in the eyes. He still remembered that terrifying beast Scott turned into at the Hale house. "I'm fine, Scott. Don't worry about it." Jackson muttered quickly, avoiding eye contact. One of the new werewolves, a cocky-looking guy, stepped forward and sneered. "Are you Scott McCall? I don't know why Derek and Peter are so scared of you. You don't seem that special to me." Jackson's face paled. "Josh, let's go," he said quickly, panic in his voice. But Josh ignored him, his confidence boosted by his new powers. His claws extended as he reached for Scott's collar. Before he could touch Scott, his arm was caught, held in an iron grip by Boyd. Josh struggled, but no matter how much he pulled, he couldn't break free. Jackson stepped forward, desperate. "Scott, he won't do it again. Derek told me to keep them out of trouble. Please, just let him go." Scott smiled coolly. "Don't worry, Jackson. I'll let him go." Then, turning to Boyd, he added. "Boyd, let him remember to keep his hands to himself." Boyd grinned, his smile a little too wicked for comfort as he leaned close to Josh. "Don't worry, it'll heal soon." Then, with a sharp twist, he broke Josh's arm. Josh screamed, his face contorted in pain, but Jackson quickly clamped a hand over his mouth and wrapped Josh's jacket around the injury. "Come on!" Jackson hissed, dragging Josh away as fast as possible. Scott turned his attention to the 2 remaining students who stood frozen with wide eyes. One of them, a guy with brown hair, looked especially nervous. Scott pointed at him. "You're Matt, right? You're on the lacrosse team." Matt nodded quickly. "Why yeah. And this is Tracy. We're both in Derek's pack." Scott's gaze sharpened. "I don't care whose pack you're in, but here's a warning: if I ever see you taking pictures of Allison again, you'll regret it." Matt swallowed hard and nodded. "Got it." Scott didn't say anything more. He just turned and walked away, his pack following him. While sitting in class, Scott leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. So, after I made Boyd, Erica, and Isaac my betas, Derek still chose students to build his pack. And of all people, he picked Matt, a psychopath who, in the show, tried to kill everyone at that party at Isaac's house, where he nearly drowned. Then, there is that idiot Josh who was the chimera that ran around town chewing on electrical cables, and Tracy, another chimera. And then there's Jackson, of course. Scott's eyes narrowed slightly as he tapped his pen against the desk. And let's not forget Peter. They mentioned he's with Derek again. I swear, Derek's pack is like a ticking time bomb. I almost feel sorry for him. He could lose his alpha spark, or worse, end up dead. But, as long as they stay out of my way, I don't really care. His gaze darkened for a brief moment. But maybe I should get rid of Matt. I don't like him. At lunch, Scott sat with Styles, Boyd, and Isaac at their usual table. They were eating when Allison, Lydia, and Erica walked into the cafeteria. Erica, with her new look, turned heads immediately. Conversations quieted, and everyone stared at her as if they'd never seen her before. Erica smirked, enjoying the attention, and walked confidently over to Scott's table. Allison leaned down, kissed Scott on the cheek, and sat beside him. Styles gawked at Erica. Wow, Erica, you look good. Erica grinned, spinning a little to show off. I do look good, don't I? The group laughed as they settled into conversation. Lydia, however, kept her gaze locked on Jackson and his group across the cafeteria. Hey, Scott. She said. Do you know about them? The ones sitting with Jackson? They're shapeshifters, I can feel it. Scott didn't look over but nodded. Yeah. We ran into them this morning. They're Derek's pack. Erica tilted her head. I know the girl. Her name's Tracy Stewart. Styles snorted. Derek's not telling them everything about the supernatural world. I'm sure of it. Allison raised a brow. What makes you say that? Styles shrugged, taking a bite of his sandwich. For starters, that Josh guy tried to attack Scott this morning. If Derek had really told them how strong Scott is, there's no way he would have dared. Lydia smirked, flipping her hair over her shoulder. Maybe he's just stupid. You know, like how a newborn calf thinks it can headbutt a lion. Scott and his pack burst into laughter, and across the cafeteria, Josh suddenly stood up. His face was red with anger as he stormed out, clearly having overheard Lydia's comment. Jackson watched him leave, frowning. He turned to Matt and whispered. What's wrong with Josh? Matt sneered. He heard McCall and his friends making fun of us. Jackson sighed and leaned back. Don't mind them. And don't ever anger Scott if you want to live longer. Seriously. Stop talking about them. They can probably hear us right now. Dash. After school, there was a lacrosse game. Once it was over, Jackson sat alone in the locker room, his head down, black blood dripping from his nose onto the floor. The other players had long since left, leaving the space eerily quiet. From the shadows, Scott watched him with a calculating gaze. The sight didn't surprise him, he already suspected this might happen. He felt someone approaching and didn't need to turn around to know who it was. A small smirk played on his lips as he spoke. Your beta doesn't look too good, Derek. Derek stepped into view, his expression tense as he glanced at Jackson. His body is rejecting the bite. I don't know why. Scott shrugged casually. Maybe he wasn't strong enough to handle it. By the way. Scott turned his head slightly. One of your betas tried to attack me this morning. I guess he wanted to show off how strong he was, probably to impress the girl in your pack or something. Derek's expression darkened. What? I warned them to stay out of your way. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Scott smirked, patting Derek on the shoulder. I'm not worried, Derek. If it happens again, you're the one who should be worried. See you around. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Derek standing in silence. Scott regrouped with his friends outside, saying their goodbyes as they split up for the evening. Allison climbed into Scott's car, and the two drove to the animal clinic. When they arrived, Scott spotted Deaton inside, sorting through some paperwork. A grin spread across Scott's face as he walked in. Hey, Doc. You're back. Deaton looked up, offering a small smile. Hello, Scott. Allison. Scott leaned against the counter, still grinning. How was the trip? Deaton hesitated, his eyes flickering to Allison. He seemed unsure whether to speak openly. Scott noticed and waved it off. It's fine, Doc. She knows about the money. Deaton nodded, relaxing. Everything went well. You should have access to it in about 2 weeks. Perfect. Scott said with a nod. Thanks, document. Deaton set the papers down. What did I miss while I was gone? Scott chuckled. Oh, where do I even start? There was a fight between the Argents and the Hales. Kate got bitten by Peter, Derek is the alpha now, and Peter is his beta. We killed a Lamia, an Arachnne, and a giant frog. Oh, and I met a Vryolakus. Deaton's eyes widened in shock. You met a Vryolakus? Here in Beacon Hills? Scott nodded casually. Yet. She's the one who was killing people and stealing their organs. Deaton's expression darkened. Please tell me you killed her. Scott shook his head. She ran off. Deaton groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. This is bad, Scott. A Vryolakus is an abomination, pure death and destruction. And the worst part? They get stronger by consuming human livers, especially from people with supernatural abilities. Scott's smile didn't falter. I know. She's probably going to come back for me. But don't worry, Doc. I'm not weak. Deaton sighed, but his concern didn't waver. Just be careful, Scott. And? Kate was bitten? That means Gerard will show up soon. That man is bad news. Scott's smile turned into a sharp grin. I'm not worried about Gerard. If he shows up, I'll play with him for a bit before sending him packing. Deaton glanced at Allison, clearly expecting a reaction. You don't seem too concerned. It is your grandfather we're talking about. Allison's eyes hardened. That monster is not my grandfather. And if he comes after Scott, he'll regret it. Scott gave her a quick wink before turning back to Deaton. Enough about that. Let me fill you in on all the details of what's been going on while you were away. Deaton smiled faintly, nodding. All right. I'm all ears. Then, Scott launched into a detailed account of everything that had happened, every fight, every encounter, leaving nothing out. Chapter 65, A Dangerous Invitation. The Argent's POV. Chris and Victoria stood in one of their warehouses outside the town, surrounded by grim silence. The bodies of 15 hunters, all slain by Peter that night at the Hale house, lay in rows, ready for burial. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and disinfectant, mingling with grief and anger. Chris, along with a group of 5 hunters, was helping place the bodies into coffins when a thunderous bang echoed through the warehouse. The heavy steel door at the entrance shuddered violently, followed by another impact. Everyone, take out your weapons. Chris barked. Something's attacking. Victoria and the other hunters quickly armed themselves, readying their guns as the pounding continued. With a final deafening crash, the warehouse door gave way, swinging wide open. Standing in the doorway was a 3-meter-tall creature. Its grotesquely fat, gray-skinned body loomed like a nightmare brought to life. 2 massive tusks jutted out from its lower jaw, and its small, bloodshot eyes scanned the room with cold detachment. Damn it! Chris muttered under his breath, his grip tightening on his weapon. That's an ogre. It must be here for the bodies. Victoria said. Chris kept his eyes on the beast. Everyone stay calm. Sam, do we have mountain ash? Yes, sir. Replied a hunter named Sam. But not much. Go get it. Now. Chris ordered. Victoria added. Ogres fear fire. Someone find gasoline. We'll trap it in a circle of flames. While 2 hunters scrambled to follow their orders, Chris, Victoria, and the remaining 3 hunters opened fire on the ogre. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the creature's thick hide, not even leaving a scratch. The ogre, initially focused on the rows of bodies, turned toward them. Its expression shifted to one of annoyance as it roared and charged forward, the ground shaking beneath its weight. Scatter! Chris yelled. The hunters dived out of the way just as the ogre barreled through, smashing into a nearby office, reducing the walls to splinters. Moments later, the 2 hunters returned, one carrying 2 cans of gasoline, the other clutching a glass jar of mountain ash. Quick, pour the gasoline around it. Chris instructed. When it comes out, light it up. The ogre emerged from the destroyed office, its rage palpable. Chris shouted and waved his arms, drawing its attention, while the hunters worked quickly to pour a circle of gasoline around the beast. As soon as they lit the fire, flames roared to life, encircling the ogre. The creature roared in frustration, backing into the center of the fiery barrier. Sam, now! Victoria shouted. Trap it with the mountain ash. Sam hurried to sprinkle the mountain ash, completing the barrier around the flames. As the ogre clawed at the air and slammed against the barrier, the hunters knew it wouldn't hold forever. Chris turned to Sam. Do we have any .50 caliber rifle here? Yes, sir. There's a Macmillan TAC 50 in the armory. Go get it. Fast. Sam dashed away as the flames began to die down, leaving only the glowing embers and the relentless pounding of the ogre against the ash barrier. Victoria frowned. This barrier won't hold much longer. Sam returned moments later, bringing the rifle. Chris assembled it with practiced precision, loaded the magazine, and took aim at the ogre's head. The shot rang out, deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet hit its mark, blowing a massive hole through the creature's skull. The ogre staggered, swayed, and collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Cheers erupted from the hunters. Victoria, however, stared at the corpse with a frown. Where did this thing even come from? I don't know. Chris replied grimly. As they watched, the ogre's monstrous form began to shrink and shift, transforming into the body of an unnaturally tall man. Chris approached the corpse, his expression dark. Whoever he was, it looks like he completely lost control to his hunger. If he hadn't, we'd be in real trouble. He packed the rifle back into its case and turned to his team. All right, everyone. We've got one more body to deal with. Clean this up quickly. And let's bury these bodies before something else shows up for them. The hunters got to work, but as they moved, Chris glanced at Victoria. Do you think I could kill Scott with this rifle? He asked, his voice edged with bitterness. Victoria sighed. I don't know. But what if you miss? Scott can walk through mountain ash. He's fast, and he's not as dumb as an ogre. Forget it. If he were a regular werewolf, I'd have already killed him myself. But he's not. Chris clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. I just hate that kid. He took my little girl away. Victoria placed a hand on his shoulder, her tone softening. If you miss her that much, let's finish up here and call her back home. Scott's POV. After saying goodbye to Deaton, Scott and Allison drove home, had dinner with Melissa, and called it a night. The next morning, Scott woke up feeling refreshed. He and Allison shared breakfast with Melissa before heading to school. The day passed uneventfully until lunchtime, when Scott noticed something unusual. Lydia was staring at her plate, her fork absently pushing her food around. Her normally confident demeanor was replaced by a distant, anxious look. Scott could feel her unease. Lydia. He called softly. She didn't respond. Allison, try shaking her. Scott suggested. Allison placed a hand on Lydia's shoulder and gave her a gentle shake. Lydia, are you okay? Lydia blinked and snapped out of her daze. What? Sorry, Allison, did you say something? Allison frowned. You were in a daze. Scott called your name, but you didn't answer. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. Lydia replied, though her voice trembled slightly. Scott leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Lydia, I can feel your anxiety. Tell me what's wrong. What are you feeling? Lydia sighed, her shoulders sagging as if she was carrying an invisible weight. I feel like something dangerous is coming. And it's coming for you, Scott. Scott's expression turned serious. How dangerous? Don't overthink it. Just tell me what comes to mind. Lydia hesitated before speaking, her voice shaky. Whatever it is, it's targeting you specifically. And it feels creepy, disgusting, and dangerous. I can even sense its hunger. Scott's lips curled into a wry smile. Oh, I think I know exactly who's coming for me. The Vryolakus. She's back. Allison's face paled. Scott, this is dangerous. I know you're strong, but maybe we should call my dad. He might be able to help. Scott shook his head. No, Allison. She's stronger now, strong enough to think she can take me on. And don't forget, she has seen me in my wolf form. She probably knows how strong I am. But more importantly, she can teleport through shadows. If she gets behind your dad, he won't have time to react before she either kills him or uses him as leverage against me. Styles leaned forward, his usual humor gone. So, what's the plan? Scott smirked. Like I said before, I'll fight her alone. But I need you guys to handle her pack. Don't engage them head-on, just distract them, keep them occupied. Let my mom take them down one by one. Once I finish her off, I'll come help you. Erica raised an eyebrow. Aren't you scared, Scott? Scott's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with a mix of nerves and excitement. Scared? No. But I won't lie, I'm a little nervous. And excited. I've never had to go all out before. I think this time, I might have to use everything I've got to take her down. He looked at his pack, addressing them with a commanding tone. Listen up. I don't know how many people she's brought with her, but I don't want any of you fighting recklessly. Use every dirty trick you can. Take advantage of our immunity to normal werewolves' weaknesses, like mountain ash, wolfsbane, and poison. And use their weaknesses against them. Be smart. Suddenly, Scott's lips curled into a sly smile as he turned to his pack. Let's go. It seems we have a guest. The group walked to the lacrosse field, where they found Peter wounded, bruised, and slumped against the bleachers. Scott raised an eyebrow. You don't look so good, Peter. Peter groaned, his voice laced with frustration. It's because of you. Yesterday, I was minding my own business, drinking alone, when a crazy bitch kidnapped me. She started asking questions about the Alpha in Beacon Hills. At first, I refused to talk, but then she bit my arm. Her bite was so strong it crushed my bones like they were potato chips. Styles crossed his arms, smirking. Well, you still have your arm, so I'm guessing you spilled the beans pretty fast. Peter shot him a glare. What do you know, kid? I didn't give her anything about Scott right away. I told her about Satomi and Derek first. But then she asked me which one of them could turn into a giant black wolf. I said I didn't know, but then... His voice faltered, and a shiver ran through him. Scott said, his voice calm. Go on. Peter swallowed hard. Then another voice spoke, and I realized someone else was in the room. I've never felt anything like it before. She wasn't like you, Scott. The fear I feel around you is a deep fear and awe, it comes from instinct. But with her... He trailed off, his eyes distant. It was disgust. And I felt like prey, and she was the predator. She's strong, like you. Scott's eyes narrowed. What did she say? Peter hesitated before continuing. She said, you lied. You know who I'm looking for. And then? Scott asked. Peter exhaled shakily. I knew she'd kill me if I lied again. So I told her I knew who she was looking for. Scott tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. And what does she want? She wants to fight you. Peter replied grimly. Tonight. In the Beacon Hills Preserve. And. He paused, visibly shaken. She said she wants to eat your liver. Those were her exact words. Allison's face tightened with worry. What deal did you make with her to let you go? Peter sighed. I told her I'd deliver the message and make sure you knew where to find her. Styles squinted at him. That's it? Then why are you still bruised and barely healed? Peter's voice wavered. I'm a beta now. My wounds take longer too. The truth, Peter. Scott interrupted, his tone sharp and commanding. Peter flinched. Fine. She asked me about your pack, how many were in it? I didn't want to answer, but they tortured me. I told them everything. I told her I was the one who turned you into a werewolf, and that you only have one member in your pack. Scott nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. Okay, you can leave now. Peter looked up at him, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Are we cool, Scott? I didn't want to tell her anything, but she would have killed me. She could tell when I was lying. Scott's eyes flashed with irritation. Go away, Peter. She didn't need you to tell her anything about me. She's an alpha, she can read memories. Torturing you was just for fun. And by the way, she's right there, listening to us. Scott turned toward the nearby woods. Why don't you come out and chat since you're already here? From behind a tree, a tall, striking woman emerged. Her presence was both elegant and menacing, her eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Cassandra smiled wickedly, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. No, sweetheart. Let's save our chat for tonight in the woods. Don't be late. Scott grinned. I can't wait. See you tonight. Cassandra blew him a kiss before disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Boyd broke the silence. That woman was hot, but I feel nothing but hatred and disgust for her. Scott chuckled, glancing back at his pack. Let's head back to class. After school, we'll get ready for the fight. As they walked back toward the school, Isaac glanced over his shoulder. Why is Peter still following us? Styles sniffed the air dramatically. Can't you smell it? He's scared. Probably thinks if he leaves the school, she'll catch him again. Peter, trailing a few steps behind, snapped, I'm not following you. I'm looking for my pack. Scott and the others exchanged amused glances but didn't respond. They had more important things to focus on. Chapter 66, Preparing for Battle. After school, Scott and his pack returned to his house. Inside, Scott called for Melissa and told her about the upcoming fight with the Vryolakus that night. Allison frowned and said, Scott, I didn't make the bullets you asked for, and I didn't bring any guns since I haven't been home yet. Should I go now? Scott shook his head with a calm smile. No need. That woman is strong, but I doubt her pack is as dangerous. You guys shouldn't be too nervous. Even though you haven't gone through your first full moon yet, you're strong, besides. Scott turned to Lydia and asked, do you feel like one of us is going to die tonight? Lydia hesitated, then shook her head. No, I don't feel anything right now. Scott leaned forward, his expression curious. What about earlier when you saw that woman? Did you feel anything strange? Or draw anything? Actually, check your stuff, sometimes you zone out and sketch without realizing it. Lydia rummaged through her bag and said, no, there's nothing here. Then her face lit up. Wait. I remember holding a notebook in class, but it wasn't mine. It had a blue cover. Allison perked up. That's mine. Let me check. She pulled the notebook from her bag, flipped through the pages, and froze. Well, you did draw something on it. Styles leaned closer. What is it? Allison turned the notebook around. I recognize the middle one. It looks like the Vryolakus we read about in the supernatural book. But there are two more creatures next to it. She handed the notebook to Scott. Scott studied the sketches, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. This must be the woman and her pack. The one with the spots all over its body looks like a werhyena. Remember what Peter said? Styles frowned. Peter said a lot of things. Be specific. Scott smirked slightly. He mentioned one of them bit him and crushed his bones with ease. Normal spotted hyenas are famous for their strong bite, so it fits. As for the other one, he tapped the lizard-like figure in the drawing. I have no idea. Mom, do you recognize it? You've read more of those supernatural books than any one of us. Melissa took the notebook and examined the sketch carefully. She shook her head. No, I've never read about anything like it. Scott stood up and walked over to the chest holding the supernatural books. All right, let's figure out what this is. Everyone, look for anything that matches a lizard-like creature with 4 arms. For several minutes, they flipped through pages in silence. Finally, Erica exclaimed. I think I found it. Scott turned to her quickly. What does it say? Erica read aloud for everyone to hear. It's called the Howie, a shapeshifter from Australia. It can assume a hybrid form resembling a lizard with a frog-like head and 4 arms. The Howie is a master of stealth, capable of blending seamlessly into its surroundings through unparalleled camouflage. It's a deadly predator, ambushing its prey with devastating efficiency. Styles raised an eyebrow. What about its weakness? Erica continued reading. The Howie is highly sensitive to fire. Even a small flame can disrupt its camouflage and force it to reveal itself. It also has low stamina despite being fast and strong at first, prolonged chases or battles exhaust it quickly, making it sluggish and vulnerable. Scott nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Good news. Not only does the Vryolakus have just 2 pack members, but we also know what they are. Now, here's the plan, Mom, you'll handle the werhyena. Be careful not to let her bite you. The rest of you will distract the Howie. Use fire, make some Molotov cocktails and light it up. Don't engage it up close, just tire it out. Lydia stood up and stretched. I know how to make Molotov cocktails. Who's coming shopping with me? Scott pointed at Styles and Isaac. You two, go with her. When night fell, Scott and his pack stepped out of the house, ready for the confrontation. They split into their assigned vehicles. Scott drove with Allison, while Lydia and Erica joined Melissa. Boyd and Isaac rode with Styles. The drive to the Beacon Hills Preserve was quiet, tension hanging in the air. When they arrived, the group parked and moved deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, Cassandra and her pack were already waiting in the forest. Malika, a tall, striking black woman, glanced at Cassandra. Are you sure about this? Cassandra's lips curled into a sinister smile. I'm sure. I can kill him tonight. Malika hesitated. What about his pack? What if they're strong like him? Cassandra waved her off dismissively. Don't worry. I saw him with some wolves earlier, they're just kids, not even close to his level. Malika bit her lip, thinking. Shit. She's completely obsessed with that werewolf. All she's talked about the past few days is eating his liver. I should run, but if I try, she'll kill me. Everyone warned me about her, but I didn't listen. Damn it. Suddenly, Cassandra's cold fingers gripped Malika's chin, forcing her to look into glowing red eyes. You're not thinking of escaping, are you, Malika? Malika's breath hitched. No, Cassandra. I swear I'm not. Cassandra released her with a sly grin. Good. Just keep his pack busy with Carvel. After I kill him, I'll help you. Then Beacon Hills will be ours. Moments later, Cassandra's senses sharpened. She felt Scott's presence nearby and turned to the man beside her. Carvel, go hide. Carvel said nothing, moving silently to a nearby tree. His skin shimmered, transforming into scaly, lizard-like skin. With a flicker of camouflage, he blended seamlessly with the bark and disappeared from sight. Soon, Scott and his pack emerged from the darkness. Cassandra's eyes scanned the group, and Melissa's presence surprised her. Cassandra could feel the strength radiating from her. Cassandra's thoughts were cold and calculated. Malika and Carvel will probably die, but that doesn't matter. Once I eat that boy's liver, I'll become stronger. I don't need them. All I need to do is fight him alone and ensure his pack doesn't interfere. Cassandra stepped forward, her red eyes gleaming in the moonlight. You know, it's not very polite to keep a lady waiting. Scott smirked. And here I thought I was being polite by letting you live a few extra minutes. Cassandra's smile widened, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. How about you and I go somewhere else? Just the two of us. Scott tilted his head slightly. All right. Lead the way. Cassandra turned to Malika. Good luck. She whispered with a wink before walking deeper into the woods. Scott glanced back at his pack, giving them a firm nod. Then he followed Cassandra into the shadows, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 67, A Monster Born of Grief. Cassandra moved deeper into the woods until she was certain they were far enough away from Scott's pack. And no one would interfere in her fight with Scott. She stopped, turned to face Scott, and licked her lips. Her glowing red eyes gleamed with hunger as she gave him a predatory smile. I think this is far enough. What do you think, sweetheart? Scott scanned their surroundings, his own crimson eyes blazing. You've picked a good place to die. That's what I think. Cassandra's grin widened as her claws elongated. Enough foreplay. She said darkly. Let's fight. I can't wait to feast on your liver. Without warning, Cassandra melted into her own shadow and vanished. Scott immediately tensed, his senses sharpening. His glowing eyes darted around, searching for her. Then he felt it, a faint pulse of danger from behind him. Reacting instantly, he sidestepped, and Cassandra reappeared where he had been standing, her claws aiming for his back. Cassandra's eyes flickered with surprise as Scott avoided her attack, but she recovered quickly. Before she could retreat, Scott retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at her midsection. In response, she unleashed her own kick with lightning speed. Their attacks clashed with a loud thud, sending both of them sliding back. Cassandra steadied herself, her expression serious. Yorstrin. Before she could finish, Scott was already on the move. Using his incredible speed, he closed the distance in an instant, aiming a punch straight at her face. Cassandra ducked under his fist at the last moment and countered with a punch of her own. Scott tilted his head, narrowly dodging it, and drove his knee toward her stomach. But, Cassandra blocked it with her elbow. The fight grew intense. Scott's strength and speed were undeniable, and Cassandra could feel it in every blow he delivered. Yet, she was no amateur. Her years of fighting allowed her to weave through his attacks with skill, countering with precision. Scott lunged at her again, his claws slashing through the air. Cassandra twisted her body, avoiding the attack by a hair's breadth, and lashed out with a spinning kick that forced Scott to block with his forearm. The impact stung, but he didn't flinch. She melted into her shadow again, vanishing into the darkness. Scott smirked, his instincts flaring. He didn't bother looking around. Instead, he felt the danger, a whisper of malice coming from his right. He spun just in time, blocking her clawed strike with his arm and countering with a punch aimed at her ribs. Cassandra sidestepped. Then, she delivered a flurry of strikes, her fists and claws a blur, forcing Scott onto the defensive. Yet, despite her skill, Scott's raw power kept her at bay. They traded blow after blow, the sound of their fight echoing through the woods. Scott growled in frustration as yet another punch missed its mark. She's good at fighting. Damn good. Cassandra grinned. What's the matter, sweetheart? Can't keep up? Scott smirked back. Oh, I'm just getting started. Their fight resumed with renewed ferocity. Though Cassandra was slightly weaker than Scott, her fighting experience and shadowy teleportation made her a formidable opponent. But Scott had one advantage she didn't anticipate, his ability to sense danger. Each time she teleported, Scott could predict where she'd strike. It didn't make hitting her easier, but it kept him one step ahead, frustrating her at every turn. After fighting for a while, Scott and Cassandra stepped back from each other. Scott thought to himself, good thing I got that danger sensibility from that Arachnne. Without it, her teleportation would have been a nightmare. But this fight has shown me one thing, I need to learn some martial arts. This woman might not be as strong as me, but she can keep up with me because she knows how to fight. Before Scott could make his next move, Cassandra began to shift. Her transformation was grotesque and terrifying. When she was done, she looked like a werewolf with a wolf-like head, but her skin was bare, devoid of fur. Her pointed ears twitched, her long fangs gleamed, and her crimson eyes glowed with malice. Standing at 2 meters tall, her slender yet muscular body radiated danger. Her grey skin shimmered under the moonlight, and her claws were longer and sharper than before. She fixed her glowing eyes on Scott and disappeared into her shadow once again. This time, when she reappeared, Scott sensed the danger but couldn't fully avoid her attack. Her claws tore into his lower back, leaving a deep, bloody wound. Scott turned swiftly, aiming a kick at her, but to his shock, she didn't budge. Her new form had made her stronger, and she easily resisted his attack. Cassandra lunged at Scott, her claws reaching for him. But Scott jumped back, flipping midair, and began shifting into his full werewolf form. By the time he landed on his feet, his transformation was complete. Now standing taller, his body was covered in thick fur, and his glowing red eyes burned with untamed power. His claws were massive, and his presence was overwhelming. The wound on his back healed in moments as if it had never existed. Cassandra froze for a brief moment, realizing she was in trouble. The beast standing before her was far beyond her expectations. But greed and hunger clouded her judgment, and she pushed her fear aside. She melted into her shadow again, teleporting behind Scott to stab him with her sharp claws. Scott's heightened senses in his full werewolf form were unmatched. The moment she appeared behind him, he turned with lightning speed, grabbing her arm mid-strike. Without hesitation, he drove his massive clawed hand into her gut, creating a deep, gushing wound. Cassandra gasped in pain and turned into a shadow once more, disappearing from his grasp. She reappeared a few meters away, coughing up blood. But her supernatural healing began working immediately, and the wound started closing. Scott laughed, his voice deep and guttural. This has been fun, but I think it's time to end this. Cassandra's confidence wavered. She knew she couldn't defeat him now. I'll run, devour more creatures, and come back stronger. Then, I'll kill him. She thought. Turning into a shadow, she tried to flee. Scott closed his eyes, focusing. He felt her presence 50 meters away, running in the opposite direction. His lips curled into a feral grin. Not this time. You're not running away again. Then Scott shifted from his towering werewolf form into his massive wolf form. His movements became a blur as he tore through the forest, chasing Cassandra with relentless determination. Cassandra, sensing him closing in, teleported again, this time only 20 meters away in a different direction. But Scott sensed her new location and adjusted his path. When he closed the gap to just 10 meters, she teleported again, this time only managing to move 10 meters. Scott relentlessly pursued her, closing the distance with each teleportation until she could no longer teleport at all. Scott lunged at her, his jaws clamping down on her thigh. The force knocked her to the ground, and she screamed in pain. Scott placed his massive paw on her back, holding her down, before ripping her leg clean off and tossing it aside. Before she could recover, Scott shifted back into his werewolf form, towering over her. With brutal efficiency, he broke her spine with a crushing blow, then shattered both her arms, leaving her utterly defenseless. Cassandra reverted to her human form, her body battered and broken. Despite her condition, she looked up at Scott, a faint smile on her bloodied lips. There was no anger or hatred in her eyes, just an eerie calm. "It seems my time has come, hey." Scott shifted back into his human form, his piercing gaze locking onto hers. "You don't seem too worried about dying," he said, curious. Cassandra chuckled weakly, her voice raspy. "I knew this day would come eventually." She paused, coughing up more blood, then continued. "You've probably guessed my teleportation ability has limits. I can only teleport 50 meters at most. But if I teleport that far, I need 5 minutes to recover. If I don't wait, I can only manage shorter distances, 20 meters, then 10 meters. After that, my ability goes into a cooldown period for 15 minutes. Scott crossed his arms, his expression cold but thoughtful. "I see. But you were teleporting a lot during our fight." Cassandra gave a faint smile. "That's different. Shorter distances let me teleport 3 times each minute." Scott nodded. "Good to know." Cassandra looked at Scott, her crimson eyes dimming with an eerie calm. "I was once like you, kid," she said, her voice low but steady. Scott raised a brow, curiosity laced with caution. "What do you mean?" She gave a bitter smile. "Originally, I was just a normal werewolf. I lived in a small town in Italy as its guardian. I had a husband, a sweet little boy. I was happy." Her voice faltered, the weight of her memories pressing down. "Go ahead, read my memories. Maybe you'll learn something from them." Scott watched her for a moment, gauging her sincerity. Cassandra sat up, her spine already healed. Turning her back to him, she let out a sigh, seemingly indifferent to the pain of her missing leg. Scott said nothing. He stepped forward and inserted his claws into the back of her neck, diving into her memories. Scott found himself in a picturesque village surrounded by lush green hills. He could feel the warmth of the sun and the sound of laughter from children playing in the streets. Among them was Cassandra, smiling as she embraced her husband and lifted her giggling son into her arms. The memories shifted to nights of vigilance. Cassandra and her pack patrolled the territory, protecting the townsfolk from supernatural threats. Her husband stood by her side, a strong and capable werewolf. Her son, just 10 years old, showed early signs of becoming like them, fearless and loyal. But then, a wave of dread washed over Scott as the scene changed. Cassandra was patrolling alone one night when she felt a searing pain in her chest. Panic gripped her as she rushed back to the village. The sight that greeted her was a nightmare. Her entire pack lay slaughtered, their bodies torn apart, hearts missing. Among them were her husband and son, their lifeless forms drenched in blood. Cassandra collapsed to her knees, her anguished cries echoing into the night. She knew who had done it, a vampire. The scent was unmistakable. Fueled by rage and heartbreak, she hunted the creature, finally finding him lurking in a forest. Their battle was vicious, but she was no match for him. The vampire impaled her with his arm, leaving her for dead before fleeing to heal his own wounds. Broken but alive, Cassandra crawled back to her home. She buried her family and pack with trembling hands, grief consuming her. Desperation led her to recall an ancient legend, the Vryolakus. Driven by vengeance, she turned on the very people she had once sworn to protect. She slaughtered the entire town, both humans and supernaturals, devouring their livers and spleens to complete the horrific transformation. Now a Vryolakus, she hunted relentlessly, finally tracking down the vampire and killing him. Devouring his liver granted her the power to teleport through shadows, but her revenge came at a cost, an insatiable hunger for human livers. From then on, she became a creature of pure instinct, her humanity eroded. Cassandra roamed, hunting and devouring, drawn to Beacon Hills by the Nemeton tree, 3 months ago. And she sought Scott's liver not out of hatred, but because his strength tempted her hunger. Scott withdrew his claws, his face unreadable. He stared at Cassandra, who sat quietly, her back still to him. "I don't know what to say," Scott finally admitted. "On one hand, I feel sorry for the Cassandra who lost everything. She was a good person, and what happened to her was tragic. But on the other hand, I hate what you've become. You've caused so much death and destruction. Cassandra turned to face him, a faint smile on her lips. So, are you feeling sorry for me now? Thinking of sparing my life? Scott snorted, his red eyes flashing. No, bitch. I feel sorry for the Cassandra who's long dead. That part of you died a long time ago, didn't it? She nodded. Yes. She died with her family and pack. Now, kid, end this. Send me to my husband and son. Scott's lips curled into a smirk. All right, but first, I'm taking your powers. Without hesitation, Scott plunged his claws into her chest. Cassandra didn't resist. She simply smiled, her expression serene, as he absorbed her abilities. When he was done, she lay back on the ground, her strength fading fast. With her last ounce of energy, she lifted a trembling hand to his cheek. Remember, boy. Always protect your loved ones first. If you lose them, you might become something worse than me. Scott chuckled dryly. All right, can you stop being nice? You're making this harder than it needs to be. Cassandra smiled one last time before closing her eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. Scott stared at her for a moment, then he snapped her neck with a swift motion and drove a wooden stake through her heart. He sighed. Better safe than sorry. As he stood over her lifeless body, Scott muttered. Rest in peace, Cassandra. Chapter 68, The McCall Pack's First Victory. When Scott and Cassandra ventured deeper into the woods, Melissa's worry for her son reached a boiling point. She didn't waste time with words or pleasantries. Without hesitation, she lunged at Malika, her movements a blur of speed. Malika barely had time to react before Melissa's fist connected with her face, sending her flying backward. The impact left Malika sprawled on the forest floor. She groaned, spitting blood as she pushed herself up. Her expression darkened as she wiped her mouth. From that one punch, she understood the grim reality: Melissa was far stronger than her. With a low growl, she made her decision. Her body convulsed as she began to shift. Muscles rippled and bones cracked, elongating and expanding. In seconds, she transformed into a monstrous 2-meter-tall werewolf. Her arms grew longer and thicker, her frame became bulkier, and her body was cloaked in yellowish fur speckled with dark spots. A chilling hyena-like laugh escaped her lips, echoing ominously through the forest. Despite her opponent's intimidating form, Melissa didn't falter. Still in her human form, she charged again. But this time, Malika raised her thick, muscular arms, effortlessly blocking the attacks. Blow after blow, Melissa found herself unable to land a decisive strike. Malika's transformed body was a fortress, built for endurance and defense. Realizing this, Melissa took a calculated step back, her sharp gaze assessing her opponent. She exhaled slowly, then let the wolf within her take over. With a fluid motion, Melissa shifted into her werewolf form, her speed and strength amplifying exponentially. She became a whirlwind of motion, each strike landing with precision and ferocity. Malika's once formidable defense began to crumble. Gashes opened across her body, blood flowing freely. Then, without warning, Malika's movements slowed. Her vision blurred, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. She glanced down at her wounds, her breathing quickening in panic. The bleeding wouldn't stop, and her body refused to heal. You poisoned me. Malika stammered, her voice weak and trembling. When? How? Melissa didn't respond. Her expression remained cold, her red eyes glowing with resolve. She stepped forward and delivered a devastating punch to Malika's face, knocking her unconscious. The werewolf collapsed to the forest floor, her hulking form shrinking back into her human shape. Blood pooled beneath her as she lay motionless. Melissa shifted back into her human form, her breath steady as she crouched beside Malika. Her claws extended, and she pressed them into the back of Malika's neck. After confirming that Malika was a cannibal, Melissa didn't hesitate. After Melissa absorbed Malika's power, her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. For the lives you've taken. Then, with a final twist, she broke her neck, ensuring the threat was permanently eliminated. While Scott and Cassandra disappeared deeper into the woods and Melissa clashed with Malika, Allison and the rest of the pack Styles, Lydia, Boyd, Erica, and Isaac set out to hunt the Howie. The forest was eerily quiet as the group spread out, their senses heightened. Styles noticed Lydia staring intently at a nearby tree. Lydia, what is it? He asked, walking over. There's something strange about that tree. She replied, her tone cautious as she pointed at it. Styles narrowed his eyes at the tree, then smirked wickedly. Gotcha. Unbeknownst to the pack, Carvel the Howie was camouflaged against the tree, blending seamlessly with his surroundings like a lizard. He had been watching them, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But the sly grin on Styles' face unnerved him. Could they see me? No, it wasn't possible. Styles rummaged through his bag and pulled out a Molotov cocktail. Let's light things up, he said, igniting the bottle and hurling it at the tree with all his strength. Carvel's eyes widened in panic as the flaming bottle shattered against him, setting him ablaze. He let out a guttural roar, his camouflage breaking as he flailed and rolled on the ground, trying desperately to extinguish the flames. Bullseye! Styles shouted, laughing triumphantly. Allison's voice rang out. Don't let him put the fire out. Keep throwing. The pack sprang into action, pulling more Molotov cocktails from their bag and hurling them at the burning creature. Realizing he was moments away from being burned alive, Carvel roared in frustration and began shifting into his Howie form. His body expanded, his skin turning reptilian and slime-like, extinguishing the flames. His limbs stretched into 4 muscular arms, and his head morphed into a grotesque frog-like shape. Carvel glared at the group with pure hatred, his gaze locking on Styles. How did you know what I am? And that fire forces me out of camouflage. He growled. No matter. I'll kill all of you, starting with you, punk. With a powerful leap, Carvel lunged at Styles, who yelped and darted away. Damn it, you ugly bastard. Why are you chasing me? They all threw bottles at you. Styles shouted, weaving through the trees. Carvel growled in frustration, realizing he couldn't catch Styles. He switched tactics, shooting his long, lizard-like tongue at Styles with bullet-like speed. Styles barely evaded, rolling to the ground just in time. Before Carvel could strike again, Boyd appeared, wielding a thick tree log. With a mighty swing, Boyd smashed the log into Carvel, sending him sprawling to the ground. Boyd, you're a genius! Styles cheered. Seizing the opportunity, Styles snapped off a thick branch from a nearby tree and began whacking the downed Carvel. Erica and Isaac followed suit, each grabbing branches and joining in. For a moment, it seemed like they had the upper hand, but Carvel roared and regained his senses. With 3 of his 4 arms, he grabbed the branches mid-swing, snapping them like twigs. Run! Styles yelled, letting go of his branch and bolting. Erica and Isaac quickly followed suit. Boyd stepped forward, hefting his log for another swing, but Carvel shattered it with a punch and snarled. Damn brats! I'll kill every one of you! Carvel lunged at Styles again, who threw up his hands in exasperation as he ran. Why is it always me, you ugly bastard? But the prolonged chase took its toll. Carvel's breathing grew labored, his movements sluggish. Allison, observing from a distance, saw her chance. He's getting tired. Scott warned us to keep our distance, but he's not as strong as he looks. I think we can take him. I think so too. Boyd agreed. Lydia added. His strength lies in ambushes. Without the element of surprise, he's vulnerable. All right. Allison said decisively. Let's do this. Stay sharp and watch out for each other. The pack nodded, and Boyd was the first to strike. He sprinted forward and delivered a powerful kick to Carvel's back, sending him sprawling. As Carvel tried to rise, Isaac darted in and kicked him square in the face. The Howie lashed out, attempting to grab Isaac's leg, but Allison and Lydia flanked him, slashing his back with their claws. Carvel howled in pain and turned to retaliate, only for Erica and Styles to strike his exposed back with their claws. The pack worked in perfect harmony, attacking in turns, their strikes relentless. Blow after blow, Carvel's movements slowed until he was barely able to defend himself. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Styles looked down at the unconscious Carvel and grinned. That was awesome, but man, his stamina really sucks, doesn't it? The pack shared a laugh, their camaraderie strengthened by the victory. Melissa stepped into the clearing, having arrived earlier but choosing not to intervene. She smiled at the group. Good job, kids. Boyd crossed his arms and smirked. I could have taken him alone. Melissa chuckled. I know you're strong, but wait until you've gone through your first full moon before making claims like that. Even then, it's always better to have someone from the pack by your side. Remember, we're wolves, and wolves hunt in packs. Allison asked. Should we go find Scott? What if he's in danger? Melissa shook her head. Don't worry. He told me his fight is over, and he's on his way back. Elsewhere in the woods, Scott shifted into his wolf form and dug a grave. Carefully, he buried Cassandra, honoring her in silence despite her deeds. Afterward, Scott decided to test his newly acquired shadow teleportation ability. His black fur blended seamlessly into the surrounding darkness as he vanished, reappearing 100 meters away. Nodding to himself, he thought. Unlike Cassandra's 50-meter limit, my range is limited to 100 meters. If I want to teleport that far again, I'll need to wait for a while. She mentioned needing 5 minutes to recover, but I think I only need 2. And for short distances, I can teleport 6 times in a single minute. Testing the ability again, Scott melted into the shadows and reappeared a few meters away. A small grin formed on his face. This is going to come in handy. Dash. When Scott returned, the pack was still gathered around Carvel's unconscious body. Emerging from the shadows in his wolf form, he towered over them. Isaac froze, his eyes wide. What is that? Allison stepped forward with a smile. That's our alpha. She ran up to Scott, marveling at his massive size. Scott, you've gotten even bigger. Scott's deep, rumbling voice resonated through the clearing. After absorbing Cassandra's powers, my wolf form grew stronger, and larger. Erica tilted her head, intrigued. Are we all going to have forms like yours? I mean, I knew you and Melissa could turn into huge wolves, but this... Yes. Scott replied. The stronger you become, the larger your wolf form will grow. Turning his attention to Carvel, Scott said. Let's deal with him and head back. Shifting into his werewolf form, Scott knelt over Carvel and absorbed his abilities. Moments later, he snapped Carvel's neck with grim efficiency. Styles, always curious, asked. So, what did you get from him? Scott stepped to a nearby tree, his black fur shifting until he blended perfectly with the bark. Camouflage. He said simply, stepping out of the shadows. Scott then returned to his wolf form, dug graves, and buried both Carvel and Malika. Let's go home, he said. The pack returned to their cars, and Scott grabbed a change of clothes from his trunk since his earlier ones had been destroyed during the fight with Cassandra. After changing, he drove with Allison home. Once back at the house, they gathered in the living room. Melissa, sensing Scott's unease, asked gently. What's wrong, son? I can feel your sadness. Scott sighed heavily. It's Cassandra's memories. Then Scott told them about Cassandra's memories. Lydia frowned. That's tragic, but it's no excuse to become a monster. Allison added. Exactly. Think of how many tragedies she caused, how many happy families she destroyed. Melissa placed a comforting hand on Scott's shoulder. They're right, Scott. There's no need to feel sad for her. Scott gave them a wistful smile. I'm not sad for her. I'm just thinking, what would I do if I lost one of you? And I didn't like the answer to that question. Don't get me wrong, I won't hurt innocent people, but I can't deny that I'd probably start a carnage. The pack exchanged worried glances, but Scott's smile reassured them. Don't worry, he said. I'm just tired and need some sleep. I won't lose any of you. We're strong, and we have a telepathic bond. If anyone's in danger, they can call for help immediately. Besides, he turned to Lydia. We have Lydia. A banshee is a blessing, not a curse. Styles grinned. Exactly. We've got Lydia. And by the way, I'm going to start reading all your books and journals from now on, Lydia. Lydia shot him a glare. You know, Styles, I just had a vision of you dying, at my hands. Styles raised his hands defensively. Calm down. I'm just saying, what if you write something important in a trance and forget about it? Lydia rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll double-check my notes. And Allison and Erica can help. Why does it have to be you? Scott chuckled. Don't worry, Lydia. After your first full moon, I think you'll have much better control over your abilities. After dinner, Scott bid everyone good night and retreated to his room. Allison followed him, and they shared a warm, intimate shower together. Afterward, they climbed into bed, cuddling under the covers and finding comfort in each other's presence. Soon, they drifted off to sleep, their breathing steady and peaceful. Chapter 69, The Arrival of Gerard. The Argent's POV. While Scott and his pack were battling Cassandra and her pack, Gerard Argent arrived in Beacon Hills. He wasted no time and headed straight to Allison's house. The moment Gerard stepped inside, he looked at Chris and demanded, "Where is Kate?" Chris narrowed his eyes. "What do you want with her, Gerard?" "She's your daughter." Gerard's expression hardened. "She's not my daughter anymore. She's one of those rabid mutts now. And you know what we do to rabid dogs, Chris, we put them down." Behind the wall, Kate overheard every word. With a heavy heart, she stepped out of her hiding spot. "Do you really want to kill me, Dad?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I'm like this because I did what you told me to do." Gerard glared at her, his voice laced with venom. "No, you're like this because you're weak. We're hunters. The moment you were bitten, you should have done the honorable thing, ended your life." Tears welled up in Kate's eyes. "I broke the code, killed innocent people, and became a monster, all to make you proud of me. But now, you can't even break your own stupid hunter code to spare my life. You know what, Gerard? I'm not even surprised. You've always been a monster. The worst part is, Allison hates me now." Gerard sneered. "Stop crying like a child, Kate. You want to make me proud? Then take your gun and end it yourself, like a real Argent." Kate wiped her tears and straightened. "No, Gerard. I'm not killing myself. And I'm done trying to please you." Gerard's face twisted with rage. He pulled out his gun and aimed it at her. "If you won't do it, then I will. I won't let you shame the Argent family." Kate's eyes widened as Gerard fired. She tried to take cover but she couldn't avoid all the bullets, one struck her shoulder and one struck her leg. Summoning the last of her strength, she turned and fled into the night, blood dripping from her wounds. Chris, frozen in shock, watched as Kate disappeared into the night. He turned to Gerard, his voice filled with anger. "What are you doing, Gerard?" Gerard holstered his gun, his expression cold. "What you should have done from the start, Chris." Chris stepped closer, his fists clenched. "I'm not a monster like you. She's my sister, your daughter. How could you do this?" Gerard scoffed. "My daughter died the night she was bitten. Now, she's the enemy. She won't last long, those bullets were filled with wolfsbane. But if she survives, the next time I see her, I'll finish the job." Chris glared at him. "You've gone too far, Gerard." Gerard ignored him and changed the subject. "Now that I'm here, we're going to clean this town of werewolves. The Hales and their pack are rebuilding, I'm sure of it. We'll hunt every last one of them. And where's Allison? I heard her boyfriend is one of those mutts. I'll make her shoot him herself and turn her into a real Argent." Chris's jaw tightened. "Stay away from my daughter, Gerard. If you so much as look at her the wrong way, I'll put a bullet in you myself." Gerard smirked. "We're hunters, Chris. How could you let Allison date a werewolf?" Chris crossed his arms. "Don't worry about my daughter. She's not a hunter. As for her boyfriend, you're free to go after him, but you'd better be ready to die when you do." Gerard chuckled darkly. "The werewolf that can scare me hasn't been born yet." Chris allowed a small, knowing smile. "We'll see." Gerard raised an eyebrow. "Is he really that strong?" Chris nodded. "Stronger than anything I've ever seen or heard of. Beacon Hills is his territory, and you'd do well to be careful. He's got another strong alpha in his pack, probably more. Victoria and I won't fight him. As much as I hate his guts for stealing my little girl, he's a good kid. He's protecting this town. So don't do anything stupid to provoke him." Gerard waved off the warning dismissively. "I'll deal with him later. For now, let's focus on the Hales." Scott's POV. The next morning, Scott woke up to the soft sound of Allison breathing beside him. She was still peacefully asleep when her phone began to ring. Allison stirred, groggily reaching for the phone. "Hello?" she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "Hey, princess. Can we talk?" came Kate's weak voice from the other end. Allison immediately tensed. Her grogginess vanished as she snapped. "I don't want to talk to you, Kate. I hate you." She was about to hang up when Kate pleaded. "This might be the last time, princess. Please. Allison hesitated, then sighed. Fine. Say what you need to say. Can we meet? Kate asked. I'm near your school. Allison glanced at the clock and frowned. It's early, but fine. She hung up, her expression troubled. Scott looked at her. She doesn't sound good, he said. Allison nodded. I think she's hurt. I need to see what she wants. Can I borrow your car? Scott shook his head. I'll drive you. They quietly got dressed, leaving a note for the still sleeping pack before heading to the school. When they arrived, they found Kate sitting in her car. She stepped out as they approached, but the sight of her made Allison's heart clench. Dark blue veins crawled across one side of Kate's face, and she was limping badly. Allison ran to her. What's wrong with you? Kate managed a weak smile. Don't worry, princess. I just wanted to say goodbye before I leave and apologize for breaking your heart. Scott approached, his sharp gaze noting the telltale signs of wolfsbane poisoning. Let me guess, your father's in town. Allison froze. Wait. Gerard? Did he do this to you? Kate gave a bitter nod. Yes, but don't worry about it. I'll be fine. Allison wasn't convinced. You're lying. You're dying, aren't you? Kate didn't respond, and Allison's face crumpled. She turned to Scott, her voice trembling. Scott, I know you hate her, but please. I'm begging you, help me save her. Scott sighed, crossing his arms. Fine, but you'll have to compensate me later, love. He teased, flashing her a playful wink. Allison blushed, swatting his arm. Fine. You pervert, just do something. Kate chuckled weakly. How about I compensate him instead? Allison shot her a glare. You know what? Let her die, Scott. Kate quickly raised her hands in mock surrender. I was joking. I was joking. Not funny. Allison said. Scott looked at Kate and asked. Do you know what kind of wolfsbane you were hit with? Nordic blue monk's hood. Kate replied weakly. Scott nodded. Do you have any in your car? Kate blinked, confused. Yes. Scott raised an eyebrow. Then why haven't you used it to heal yourself? Kate sighed. I know how to kill werewolves, Scott, not how to heal them. Scott rolled his eyes. You need to burn the Nordic blue monk's hood, collect the ash, and apply it directly to the wound. That's it? Kate asked incredulously. That's it. Scott confirmed. Kate turned to Allison. Help me get my bag from the trunk. Allison retrieved the bag, and Kate pulled out a small jar of powdered monk's hood. She poured some onto the hood of her car, lit it on fire, and waited for the ash to cool. With trembling hands, she applied the ash to the bullet wound on her shoulder. She cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, but the blue veins began to recede. Kate repeated the process for her leg wound. Once fully healed, she stood up, swaying slightly. Thank you, Scott. She said softly. Scott crossed his arms. I didn't do it for you. I did it for Allison. I don't want her to be sad. Kate nodded, then turned to Allison. I know I've done terrible things, and I'm sorry. I promise I'll never hurt innocent people again. I just hope you can forgive me one day. And, princess, stay away from Gerard. He has a way of getting into your head and manipulating you. Don't trust him. She then looked at Scott. Be careful. Gerard will use anything to get to you and your family, your friends. He'll do whatever it takes. Scott's eyes darkened. He can try. But if he comes after me, he'll die. Kate gave a small smile, then turned back to Allison. I'm leaving, princess. I don't think I'll be coming back to Beacon Hills. Can I get a goodbye hug? Allison hesitated, then finally stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Kate climbed into her car, looking at Scott one last time. Take care of her, Scott. Then she turned to Allison. Goodbye, princess. I love you. She drove away, leaving Beacon Hills behind. Allison leaned into Scott, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry, Scott. I know you hate her. I hate her for what she did too, but I couldn't let her die. Scott wrapped his arms around her. I understand, Allison. But if Gerard comes after me, I'll kill him. You have to understand that too. Allison looked up at him, her eyes fierce. Don't worry. I might kill that monster myself. Chapter 70, A Little Experiment. After Kate left, Scott and Allison decided to grab breakfast at a cafe near the school before heading back. Later, during lunch, Scott and his pack gathered in the cafeteria to eat together. As they sat down, Scott's thoughts wandered. I think that Omega Werewolf will come to town in the next few days. I need to catch him before Gerard does. Breaking the silence, Scott said. I want to catch an evil shapeshifter to see what happens if I give the bite to someone who's already supernatural. Would they gain my abilities like Lydia, or would nothing happen to them? Isaac raised an eyebrow. Wait, Lydia had powers before you gave her the bite. Scott nodded. Yeah, she was a banshee before I bit her. Boyd chimed in. Then what is she now? Some kind of hybrid with banshee powers and werewolf abilities. Styles, holding up his tray of food, interjected. Nope, she's not a werewolf. She's something else. We won't know for sure until the full moon. Lydia shrugged. So, what happens if the shapeshifter you bite does gain your abilities? Scott smirked. Then we'll test what happens when I kick him out of the pack. Styles leaned forward, intrigued. No, no, no. We should test what happens if he tries to betray you. Scott frowned. And how exactly are we going to do that? Styles grinned mischievously. Easy. After he gains your abilities, Boyd and I will pretend to be hunters and wound you. Then, after you and he run away, you'll pretend to be badly injured and dying. He won't be able to resist the temptation of absorbing your alpha powers. Lydia added. You should make him drink some wolfsbane beforehand. That way, if he loses your abilities the moment he starts thinking about betraying or killing you, the wolfsbane will poison him, and you'll know. If someone you've given the bite to tries to betray you, they'll lose your abilities. But if he doesn't lose your abilities and still manages to attack, then you can kick him out of the pack and see what happens. Allison tilted her head. By the way, how do you kick someone out of the pack? Scott explained casually, it's easy. I just need to cut the connection I have with them. Allison looked surprised. That's it. Scott nodded. That's it. Styles wasn't convinced. It can't be that simple, right? That sounds like magic. Scott leaned back, amused. Styles, I can turn into a giant wolf and teleport through shadows. How do you explain that? Styles laughed. Fair point. Speaking of teleportation, that ability is awesome. Do you think there's a creature out there that can use magic, like fire or thunder? I'd love to get magic powers someday. Allison chimed in thoughtfully. I read in one of those supernatural books about a creature called a kitsune. There are different types, I don't remember how many, but there's a thunder kitsune, a fire kitsune, a wind kitsune, and an earth kitsune. Erica added. I read about something called a hellhound. It's like a werewolf but can control fire. Styles's eyes lit up. That's so cool. If an evil thunder kitsune, fire kitsune, or hellhound comes to town, I call dibs on absorbing their powers. Boyd chuckled. I think the earth kitsune is cooler. Imagine creating an armor of rocks around your body, like in video games. Scott smiled. Let's talk about that after you guys go through your first full moon. Now, who's coming with me hunting tonight? Erica shook her head. I have to go home, but if you need me, I'll come. Lydia said. I have dinner plans with my mom, so I'm out. Isaac nodded. Same here, I have to go home. But call me if you need backup. Scott reassured them. It's okay. You can all go home. I'll go with Allison, Styles, and Boyd. Lydia glanced at the time and stood up. Come on, class is about to start. After school, Scott turned to Styles and said. You and Boyd wait for me at my house. I'll join you after I finish work at the animal clinic. Then he drove to the clinic with Allison. Once Scott finished his shift at the clinic, he and Allison returned home. There, he explained the situation to Melissa and retrieved a jar containing powdered wolfsbane from the chest they had discovered earlier. He mixed the powder with water in a bottle, preparing for their plan. Later that evening, Scott, Allison, Styles, and Boyd set out, searching for an evil supernatural creature in town. Scott said. Let's check near the cemetery, we might get lucky. When they arrived at the cemetery, it didn't take long before they spotted an unkempt man sneaking around and starting to dig a grave. Scott observed him carefully. He's a werewolf. I'll take him to the woods and give him the bite. Once I confirm he's gained my abilities, I'll send you a text. Then the three of you attack us. While he's distracted fighting you, I'll strike from behind and knock him out. After that, I'll injure myself and pretend to be dying. We'll see what he does next. The others nodded in agreement. Scott used his shadow teleportation ability, appearing silently behind the Omega werewolf. Scott's eyes glowed a menacing red as he asked. What are you doing? The Omega spun around, startled, and stammered. I was looking for you, the Alpha. Please, let me join your pack. Scott narrowed his eyes. What were you doing just now? The Omega hesitated. I was hungry. I swear, I've never killed anyone. If you don't believe me, look. His eyes glowed yellow, proving his claim. Scott's tone softened slightly. All right, but if you want to join my pack, you'll need to accept the bite. But I'm already a werewolf. The Omega said. That's how I accept new members into my pack. Scott replied. The Omega asked. How many werewolves are in your pack? Including me, 8. Scott answered. The Omega extended his arm. All right, here. Bite me. Scott wrinkled his nose in disgust. First, let's get you cleaned up. I'll buy you some soap and water. Scott went to a nearby store, purchased soap and a bottle of water, and returned to the Omega, who was waiting at a safe distance from the store. They headed into the woods, where Scott instructed the Omega to clean his arm. Once it was clean, Scott gave him the bite. At first, nothing happened, but soon the Omega collapsed, writhing in agony as black liquid oozed from his mouth, eyes, and other parts of his body. His screams echoed through the woods for over an hour before the pain subsided. When he finally stood, the Omega looked at Scott, bewildered. What did you do to me? Scott smiled. I made you stronger. Check your body. The Omega tested his strength by punching a nearby tree, shattering it in half with ease. He turned to Scott, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you so much. Scott waved dismissively. Don't worry about it. Welcome to my pack. He handed the Omega the bottle of water mixed with wolfsbane. Here, drink this. It'll make you even stronger. The Omega gulped it down but frowned. I don't feel anything. That's normal. You'll feel the effects tomorrow. Scott assured him. Scott then texted Styles. You can attack now. Turning to the Omega, Scott said. Come on, I want to introduce you to my pack. They walked a short distance before Allison, Styles, and Boyd ambushed them. Scott shouted. It's the hunters. Run! The Omega panicked, shifting into his werewolf form, but as he prepared to attack Styles and Boyd, Scott appeared behind him and knocked him out with a powerful blow. Let's go! Scott said. We'll take him to the old Hale house. Once there, Scott instructed his pack to stay back, ensuring the Omega wouldn't catch their scent. He dragged the unconscious werewolf inside, tearing his own shirt and clawing his hand to smear blood across his body. He lay down near the Omega, feigning weakness. When the Omega regained consciousness, he groaned. Where are we? What about the hunters? Scott coughed weakly. I managed to fight them off and drag you here after they hit you with a tranquilizer. But they'll be back and in greater numbers. I don't think I can make it. I've been poisoned. I can barely run. You need to go. I'll hold them off and buy you time. The Omega looked at Scott and said. You're poisoned and weak now. Scott bit his tongue, gathering blood in his mouth. Pretending to cough violently, he spat it out and said. Yes, run before they get here. The Omega's yellow eyes glowed as he suddenly lunged at Scott, snarling. Then let's not waste your alpha spark. Let me take it. Scott immediately felt their connection sever. Strangely, it didn't hurt. Maybe because I don't care about him at all. Scott thought to himself. Just as the Omega was about to strike, he began losing strength. He fell to his knees, his body trembling. Scott realized the Omega was losing the abilities granted by the bite and was getting poisoned by the wolfsbane. Scott stopped pretending and stood up. The Omega glared at him, gasping. You lied to me. You poisoned me. Scott's expression was cold. No, I was testing you. And you failed. Please. The Omega begged. Give me another chance. Scott's eyes glowed red as he growled. Now, you're going to die. The Omega, mustering every ounce of his strength, bolted out of the house. Allison approached Scott and asked. Are you sure about letting him go? Scott smiled faintly. Let's follow him. If we're lucky, we'll get a nice show tonight. As they followed the Omega, Styles asked. So, what's the result of your little experiment? Scott explained. The moment he thought about killing me, he started losing the abilities I gave him. The wolfsbane I had him drink started poisoning him at the same time. Styles raised an eyebrow. Why'd you even do this experiment? Scott replied. You all know how powerful our abilities are. I needed to make sure I'm not creating a monster who could betray the pack and go rogue. I also wanted to see if I could pass my abilities to another werewolf if I wanted to add one to the pack. Allison asked. And which werewolf are you thinking about adding? Scott shrugged. For now? No one. Not long after, they spotted the Omega running on all fours. He stumbled into a trap, a tripwire tightening around his wrist and hoisting him into the air. Scott smirked. Now, let's hide and watch. They concealed themselves as Gerard, Chris, and a group of hunters approached the trapped Omega. Chris shocked the Omega with a taser, forcing him to shift back into his human form. Why did you come to Beacon Hills? Chris demanded. The Omega begged. Please, let me go. I just came looking for the Alpha. I didn't hurt anyone. Gerard, observing the scene, sneered. Gentlemen, take a look. A rare sight indeed. Care to tell them what we've caught, Chris? Chris sighed. An Omega. The lone wolf. Gerard mocked. Possibly kicked out of his pack, or the survivor of one hunted down. Maybe alone by choice. Certainly not a wise one. Taking a sword from one of the hunters, Gerard added. Because, as I'm about to demonstrate. He turned to the Omega and swung the sword, slicing him in half. An Omega rarely survives on his own. As the lifeless body fell, Gerard addressed the hunters. From now on, we abandon the code. Those mutts killed our brothers and turned my beloved daughter into a monster. I will see every last one of them dead. Styles whispered. Is that old guy your grandfather, Allison? Allison snorted. No. That monster is not my grandfather. Scott's gaze hardened. Looks like I need to teach him how to behave. Scott stepped behind a tree, removed his clothes, and shifted into his werewolf form. Handing his clothes to Allison, he said in a deep, growling voice, Wait here. Gerard, admiring the dead Omega, froze at the sound of a guttural growl. The hunters turned, panicking as a massive werewolf stepped into the clearing. One hunter raised his gun and fired, but Scott vanished into shadow. A moment later, he reappeared behind the shooter, grabbing him by the head and tossing him like a rag doll into a tree. The man hit the trunk with a sickening crack, slumping unconscious to the ground. Hold your fire! Chris shouted. You'll just end up in the hospital or worse. Scott ignored Chris and the hunters, walking straight toward Gerard. Gerard attempted to stab him with the sword, but the blade barely scratched Scott's skin. Scott smiled darkly, leaning closer. Then he roared, the force of it sending Gerard sprawling to the ground. Terrified, Gerard stammered. What kind of monster are you? Scott loomed over him. Beacon Hills is my territory. This is your first and only warning, Gerard. If I hear that you've killed another innocent werewolf, you're dead. I'm letting you walk away tonight only because that Omega was a cannibal. Scott grabbed the sword from Gerard's trembling hands. Nice sword. He said with a smirk. I'm keeping it. He then turned to one of the hunters and growled. Take off your jacket and put it on the ground. The hunter hurriedly removed his jacket and placed it on the ground. Scott turned his glowing red eyes toward the rest of the hunters. Now, put all your guns and rifles in the jacket, or I'll do it myself. And trust me, you won't like how that ends. Gerard, seething with rage, raised his gun loaded with wolfsbane bullets, aiming at Scott's back. Without even turning, Scott spoke in a deep, menacing voice. Pull that trigger, Gerard, and it'll be the last thing you do on this earth. Gerard froze, panic flashing across his face, and slowly lowered his gun. Scott turned to another hunter and barked. You! Bring Gerard's gun and put it with the others. The hunter hesitated, glancing nervously at Gerard, but Chris intervened. Do it! He ordered. The hunter approached Gerard, who refused to let go of the gun. Chris stepped forward, his voice firm. Gerard, give him the gun. Gerard glared at Chris but reluctantly released it. Once all the weapons were piled onto the jacket, Scott growled. Take the Omega's body with you and bury it. Now get out of my sight. Chris echoed the command. Take the body and go. The hunters retreated, carrying the Omega's corpse and the unconscious hunter. Gerard lingered for a moment, glaring at Scott, but Scott's red eyes locked onto him as he said. Remember to behave, Gerard. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. Gerard said nothing, walking away in silence. Chris stayed behind, studying the massive werewolf before him. You know he's still going to come after the Hales, right? Scott crossed his arms. I know. I just don't like him and felt like teaching him a lesson. Chris sighed. He'll do everything he can to get to you, Scott. He might even try to hurt Allison. At that moment, Allison approached with Styles and Boyd. She overheard Chris's words and said coldly. Then Gerard will die. Chris turned to his daughter, his expression pained. Allison, he's not my grandfather. Allison interrupted sharply. I saw what he did to Kate this morning. If Scott hadn't stepped in, she'd be dead. He's a monster, and you just admitted he'd try to hurt me to get to Scott. Chris nodded solemnly. If he really tries to hurt you, I'll end him myself. Allison hugged her father tightly. I've missed you. How's Mom? She's fine. Chris replied. But I don't want you coming home until Gerard's gone. I don't want you anywhere near him. Tell Mom she can visit me at school or at Scott's house. Allison said. Chris nodded. Okay, I will. Now I have to go, sweetheart. As Chris turned to leave, Scott called out. Hey, Uncle Chris. You forgot to leave your guns. Allison rolled her eyes. Don't mind him, Dad. Just go. Once Chris left, Allison looked at Scott, and asked. Why do you even want their guns? Scott grinned mischievously. I want to play with them. I've never shot a gun before. Scott took his clothes from Allison, went behind a tree, shifted back into his human form, and got dressed. He emerged and said. All right, let's play. Scott, Boyd, and Styles began firing the confiscated guns, laughing as they experimented with the weapons. Even Allison eventually joined in. After a while, Allison sighed. I think that's enough. What if we need these later? Scott nodded. All right, let's pack these up and head home. Chapter 71, No More Fear. A week had passed since Scott's encounter with Gerard. During this time, Scott finally received the bank card with $90 million from Deaton, giving him full access to the money without any issues. However, Melissa still hadn't found the ranch or building they were searching for. Scott also took the initiative to sign himself and his entire pack up at a local MMA gym. They had begun training in mixed martial arts, learning new skills to strengthen their fighting abilities. Now, Scott and his pack were enjoying a free period, sitting on the bleachers at the empty lacrosse field. I can't wait. Styles said excitedly. Tomorrow's the full moon, and I'll finally be able to shift for the first time. Me too. Allison added with determination. I want to get stronger as soon as possible, just in case another dangerous shifter shows up in Beacon Hills. Scott leaned back and smirked. Out of all of you, I'm most curious to see what Lydia will turn into. Lydia smiled slyly. I just hope it's something pretty. Boyd raised an eyebrow. What does being pretty have to do with anything? Isn't strength the most important thing? Lydia shot him a look. Strength is important, but looking cool and pretty while kicking ass is just as important. As the group laughed, Derek appeared, walking toward them. He nodded at Scott. Scott greeted him with a smile. What's up, Derek? What brings you here? I'm checking on my pack. Derek said. You know the full moon is tomorrow. Scott nodded. You'd better make sure they don't cause trouble. Oh, and by the way, Gerard Argent is in town. He's definitely going to come after you, Peter, and the rest of your pack. Derek hesitated, glancing at Allison. If Gerard attacks you, Allison said firmly. You can fight back or even kill him. But don't hurt my parents, or you'll have to deal with me. Derek frowned. What if your parents attack me first? Then you run. Allison replied without hesitation. Derek snorted. See you around, Scott, he said before turning and heading toward the school. Once Derek was gone, Styles broke the silence. Speaking of parents, I've been thinking. Maybe I should tell my dad about the supernatural side of the world. Scott gave him a supportive look. It's your choice, man. Styles nodded. I'll tell him after the full moon. Oh, and Scott, what do you think about giving him the bite? Scott shrugged. As long as you explain everything the pack, what it means to be part of it, and the fact that there are some creatures we can't just lock up in jail. If he agrees to all of that, then yeah, I'll give him the bite and make him part of the pack. Great. Thanks, buddy. Styles said with a grin. After school, Scott headed to the animal clinic. Even though he now had access to the money, he genuinely enjoyed working with the animals. Meanwhile, Allison mentioned that she, Erica, and Lydia were planning a girls' night at Lydia's house. And Styles, Boyd, and Isaac went back to their houses. Isaac's POV. Isaac was having dinner with his father, Mr. LaHaye, when his father broke the silence. Where have you been going these days? Mr. LaHaye asked, his tone sharp. Isaac took a deep breath. I've been hanging out with my friends. Well, Mr. LaHaye snapped. I don't want you spending time with them anymore. And no more staying over at their houses. Isaac exhaled, steadying himself. No, Dad. I'm going to keep hanging out with them, and I'll stay over at their places when I need to. Mr. LaHaye's face twisted with anger. Then next time you go to their house, don't bother coming back here. Meeting his father's glare, Isaac replied calmly but firmly. If that's what you want, Dad, then I won't come back. Mr. LaHaye's anger boiled over. He stood abruptly, flipping the table in a rage. You think you're a man now, huh? Let me remind you, you're just a scared little boy. Mr. LaHaye pulled off his belt, ready to strike, but Isaac caught it mid-swing. With one sharp yank, he pulled it from his father's hand and threw it aside. He stepped closer, looking his father in the eye. From now on, Isaac said, his voice steady. You will never hit me again. And no more locking me in the freezer, either. Mr. LaHaye, stunned by his son's defiance, sneered. Or what? Are you going to hit me now? Isaac shook his head. No. For better or worse, you're still my dad. I won't hurt you. But I will leave and find somewhere else to live. Mr. LaHaye's expression darkened. You dare? Yes. Isaac replied, his resolve unshaken. And I'm leaving right now. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Without waiting for a response, Isaac walked out, grabbed his bike, and prepared to leave. But just as he reached the driveway, he heard a noise coming from inside the house. Alarmed, Isaac ran back inside and froze at the sight of a lizard-like shapeshifter, poised to attack his father. Isaac didn't hesitate. He launched himself at the creature, landing a powerful kick that sent it crashing into the wall. The shapeshifter stood, shaking off the impact. It looked at Isaac with a mix of recognition and fear, but its focus quickly returned to Mr. LaHaye. The creature lunged toward his father. Isaac stepped between them, landing a punch squarely on the shapeshifter's face, knocking it to the ground. Grabbing its tail, Isaac used all his strength to slam it into the living room wall, breaking it. The creature roared in pain, scrambled to its feet, and fled. Isaac watched it go, ensuring it was gone before turning to his father. Are you okay, Dad? Mr. LaHaye, visibly shaken, stammered. What was that thing? It looked like it was here for me. Don't worry, Dad. Isaac said, his voice calm. It's gone. You're safe now. Safe. Mr. LaHaye repeated, his voice trembling. That thing is evil. It'll come back. Son, we have to leave Beacon Hills. Isaac shook his head. No, Dad. I'm not leaving. Mr. LaHaye stared at him, fear etched into his face. Then if you're not leaving, I am. Without another word, Mr. LaHaye began packing his belongings. When he was ready to leave, he paused at the door, looking at Isaac one last time. Are you sure you're not coming? I'm sure. Isaac replied firmly. You can go, Dad. Just call me when you're settled so I know you're okay. Mr. LaHaye hesitated, then nodded. Goodbye, son. And thank you for saving my life. I'm sorry for being such a shitty father. Take care of yourself. Isaac watched as his father got into his car and drove away. Once the tail lights disappeared, Isaac closed the house, grabbed his bike, and headed to Scott's house. Chapter 72, The Cana. Isaac arrived at Scott's house, and Scott opened the door with a warm smile, inviting him in. Come on in, Scott said. Inside, Scott and Melissa were seated at the dining table, finishing dinner. Scott gestured toward the kitchen. Grab a plate and join us. Isaac nodded, grabbed a plate, and sat at the table. Melissa immediately filled his plate with food, giving him a smile. Eat up. After dinner, Scott leaned back in his chair, studying Isaac. So, are you going to tell me what's up with that smell on you? Isaac sighed. Right. Some lizard-looking shapeshifter showed up at my house tonight and tried to attack my dad. Even while I was fighting it, it only focused on him, like it didn't care about me at all. Melissa's eyes widened in concern. Is your dad okay? Isaac gave her a wistful smile. Yeah, he's fine. Scott frowned. You don't seem too happy about that. Isaac hesitated before speaking. Well, after I saved him, he got scared out of his mind and said we should leave Beacon Hills. I told him I wasn't going anywhere, so he packed his bags and ran off, leaving me behind. Melissa reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Isaac's shoulder. Scott told me about how your dad treated you. Him leaving might be a blessing in disguise. You can stay with us from now on, Isaac. Tomorrow, I'll start the paperwork to make you my ward, if that's what you want. Isaac's eyes lit up with gratitude. I'd appreciate that, Melissa. Thank you. Scott grinned. Welcome to the family, Isaac. Isaac chuckled softly. Thank you. Scott leaned forward, his expression turning serious. Now that we've got that out of the way, can you tell me more about the lizard thing? Isaac nodded. It was about my size, with dark green reptilian scales, a long smooth tail, and yellow eyes with slits. Do you know what it is? Scott tapped his chin thoughtfully. When I was reading through the supernatural books, I came across descriptions of creatures like that. It could be a howie, like the one we fought before, or maybe a were crocodile. Can you tell me anything else about it? Isaac thought for a moment. Oh, yeah, when it saw me, I noticed a flicker of recognition and fear in its eyes, but then it immediately turned its focus back to my dad. Scott asked. How would you describe the way it looked at your dad? Was it angry, hateful, or hungry? Isaac shook his head. No, none of those. Its eyes were empty, like it had no emotions at all. I couldn't sense anything from it. Scott asked. Like it was sleepwalking or being controlled by something. Isaac nodded. Exactly. Melissa leaned forward. Do you know what it is, Scott? Scott exhaled and nodded. I think so. It sounds like a Cana. Melissa frowned. What's a Cana? Scott explained. The Cana is a human-animal hybrid, reptilian in nature. It's considered a mutation of the werewolf gene. Like werewolves, its power peaks during the full moon. But instead of seeking a pack, the Cana seeks a master to serve. It's essentially a weapon of vengeance. Isaac's eyes widened. So, someone's controlling that thing that attacked my dad. But why target him? And who is targeting him? Scott shrugged. The Cana is used to carry out its master's grudge. Whoever is behind this probably has a serious vendetta against your dad. Isaac sighed. That doesn't narrow it down much. My dad isn't a good man. A lot of people hate him. Scott tilted his head. But, you said the Cana showed fear when it saw you. Isaac nodded. Yeah, and it seemed like it recognized me too. Scott nodded. I think I know who it is. It's probably Jackson. Isaac blinked in surprise. Jackson Whitmore? Isn't he part of Derek's pack? Scott nodded. Yeah, but he didn't turn into a werewolf after Derek bit him, even Derek doesn't know why. And here's the thing, when someone gets bitten by an alpha, they either become a supernatural creature, or they die. But Jackson is still alive after 2 weeks, and this fits. Isaac leaned forward. So, what do we do about him? Scott sighed. First, we tell the pack. Jackson's just a pawn in this, the real problem is whoever's controlling him. Isaac nodded in agreement. All right. After that, the three of them chatted for a while longer before calling it a night. The next day, after school, Scott and his pack gathered at his house. Scott rummaged through his supernatural books until he found the one describing the Cana. He shared its details with everyone, including his suspicion that Jackson was the creature. Styles raised an eyebrow. Wait, so this thing not only has paralytic venom but can also grow wings? That's just unfair. Boyd crossed his arms. So, what do we do with Jackson after we confirm he's the Cana? Lydia's face paled. We're not going to kill him, are we? I mean, I'm not in love with him anymore, but I can't kill him or watch him die. Can't we help him? Scott gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, Lydia. Jackson hasn't killed anyone, and even if he had, he's being controlled. We're not going to kill him. Allison leaned forward. So, what's the plan? We can't just let him keep hurting people. Scott nodded. After tonight, when you guys get through your first full moon, I'll have Lydia handle it. Lydia blinked in surprise. Me? How am I supposed to handle it? Scott explained. Jackson's going through an identity crisis. All you need to do is stab him with your claws when he shifts into a Cana to absorb his powers, then call him by his name using your banshee voice. That should turn him into a regular werewolf. Plus, you'll gain his paralytic venom ability, it's a win-win. Erica raised a hand. Why call him by his name, though? Scott shrugged. There's an old myth that says if someone who truly loved a werewolf calls them by name, it can bring them back to their human self. And Lydia loves, or loved Jackson. Erica tilted her head. Okay, but is that actually true? Scott smirked. We'll find out, won't we? Styles spoke up. But what about the person controlling the Cana? How do we find them? Scott's eyes gleamed. That's the easy part. I'll read Jackson's memories. That should tell us who's behind this. Styles slapped his forehead. Oh, right. I forgot you can do that. Scott stood and stretched. All right, let's head to the woods so you guys can experience your first full moon. Styles frowned. Why can't we just do it here? Melissa cut in, crossing her arms. Because I don't want the neighbors asking me tomorrow if I heard wolves howling and growling in my house. And in case you've forgotten, the wolves we turn into aren't small, and my house isn't exactly spacious. Plus, what if Lydia screams? I've read about banshees, her voice could destroy the house, and she's not even a normal banshee. Styles scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Okay, fair point. I didn't think about all that. With that settled, the pack got into their cars and headed for the Beacon Hills Preserve, ready to experience their first full moon together. Chapter 73, Under the Moonlight. After driving to the Beacon Hills Preserve, Scott stepped out of his car and inhaled the crisp night air. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the forest. He turned to his pack. All right, guys. He said, his voice filled with anticipation. It's time to let your inner wolves out. Styles practically bounced in place. Me first. Let me do it first. Scott rolled his eyes with a playful grin. All right, Styles. Show us what you've got. Styles stepped forward, taking a deep breath. He stared up at the glowing moon, his expression shifting from nervous excitement to focused determination. Slowly, his eyes glowed a bright yellow, fur sprouting along his cheeks, and claws extended from his fingertips. He let out a sharp exhale, flexing his fingers. Whoa! This is totally different from before. I feel amazing. And I think I can go even further. Scott nodded, encouraging him. Focus. Let that feeling take over completely. Styles nodded and closed his eyes, taking a moment to center himself. When he opened them, his transformation surged forward. His clothes ripped apart as fur spread across his body. Moments later, he stood in his full wolf form, a massive brown wolf, easily the size of a tiger. When Styles tried to speak, a bark escaped his mouth instead. Lydia, standing nearby, burst out laughing. You did end up as a dog after all. Styles growled, then spoke, his voice deeper and rougher than usual. What dog? Oh wait, I can talk now. This is harder than I thought, but this is so cool. He turned to Scott, his yellow eyes glowing brightly. I can finally feel that connection you and Melissa were talking about. It's like I'm part of something bigger now. Scott nodded. Welcome to the pack, Styles. Boyd stepped forward, cracking his neck. All right, my turn. He shifted seamlessly, his eyes glowing fiercely as fur grew along his cheeks. His transformation continued, and moments later, he stood as a dark grey wolf, slightly larger than Styles. Isaac followed next, stepping forward without hesitation. His shift was smooth and graceful, his wolf form emerging as a striking mix of gold, grey, and white. Scott felt the bond between them grow stronger with every transformation. His pack was becoming more complete. He could feel their strength fueling his own. Not bad, Scott said with a smirk. Scott turned to the girls. All right, ladies, your turn. Go behind the cars to shift. We'll wait here. Allison, Lydia, and Erica moved behind the cars, Melissa accompanying them for support. A few moments later, a stunning white wolf stepped out first. Allison padded gracefully over to Scott, her white fur gleaming under the moonlight. Scott rubbed her head affectionately. How do you feel, Allison? Allison's deep, pleasant voice came through clearly. I feel incredible. Like every part of me is alive. How do I look? Scott smiled warmly. You look amazing. Completely white, like freshly fallen snow. The sound of soft footsteps brought their attention back to the cars. A golden yellow wolf emerged, its sleek fur shimmering in the moonlight. Allison turned toward her friend, her voice warm. Erica, you look beautiful. Erica replied. You look gorgeous too, Allison. All right. Scott said, his voice cutting through the moment. We're not done yet. Let's see how Lydia's transformation goes. She's been quiet back there. Lydia. He called out. What's the hold-up? Why aren't you coming out yet? A nervous voice came back. Give me a moment. Behind the cars, Lydia stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her shirt shredded from her transformation. She looked at Melissa, her golden eyes filled with embarrassment. What do I do? I can't let them see me like this. Melissa chuckled softly. Don't worry, I've got you. She grabbed the torn remains of Lydia's clothes and tied them securely around her chest. There. That should work for now. By the way, can you use those? Lydia glanced at the massive black wings now unfurled behind her. Let me try. With a tentative flap, she managed to lift herself slightly off the ground. Her confidence grew, and soon she was airborne, albeit a bit unsteady. She flew toward Scott and the others. Styles let out a bark that shifted into a deep, awestruck voice. Whoa! Lydia, you've got wings. Scott watched her with admiration. Can you fully shift into an animal form, Lydia? Hovering above them, Lydia looked down at him, her glowing eyes narrowing in concentration. No. I don't think so. Not yet. Scott nodded thoughtfully. I see. Do you know what kind of bird you are? Lydia hesitated before responding, her voice thoughtful. I think it's a crow. Banshees are often linked to crows in supernatural lore, so it makes sense. Actually. She paused, closing her eyes. Let me try something. Moments later, the sound of flapping wings echoed through the woods as a flock of crows descended toward Lydia, circling her in a synchronized dance. Lydia opened her eyes. I can understand them. I can command them. To demonstrate, she sent the flock after Styles. Hey, hey! Styles yelped, running in circles as the crows swooped at him. Lydia, call them off. I don't want to hurt your feathered friends. Lydia laughed, her voice light but mischievous, and waved the crows away. They dispersed into the woods as she gracefully landed beside Scott. Scott gave her an approving look. Nice trick. Can you use your voice as a weapon now? Lydia turned toward a nearby tree, inhaled deeply, and screamed. A powerful sound wave erupted from her, shattering the tree into splinters and sending it flying. Cool. Lydia said with a smirk, brushing her hair back. But I'll need some practice to perfect that. Scott grinned and said, all right, you guys are officially werewolves, and wercrow or whatever you want to call yourself, Lydia. Lydia glared at him. I'm a banshee, Scott. Just call me a banshee. Styles tilted his wolf head, his yellow eyes gleaming with mischief. But you are a crow. Lydia crossed her arms. I am, but I prefer banshee. Scott chuckled. Banshee it is. Now, the next step is for you to absorb powers from other creatures, evil ones of course, and become alphas. Once that happens, you guys will be able to shift to your full werewolf forms, and Lydia, you might be able to transform fully into a crow, or something like a harpy. He paused. Also, don't forget, you can all use telepathy now. Styles, ever the Joker, barked. Great pep talk, Mr. Alpha. Now, how about we race? Let's see who's the fastest. And no cheating, Scott and Melissa are banned from competing. Lydia rolled her eyes. Not fair. I can't run as fast as you guys in your wolf forms. Allison chuckled. Says the girl with wings. Lydia blinked, then laughed. Right. Forgot about that. Styles wagged his tail. Don't mind the crow, guys. Let's run. Lydia's eyes flared. What did you just call me, Styles? Sensing danger, Styles bolted into the woods, his wolf form disappearing into the shadows. See you guys later. He called back. Boyd and Isaac howled before dashing after him, their powerful forms moving like shadows through the trees. Allison and Erica followed close behind, their excitement palpable. Lydia flapped her wings, albeit awkwardly, and took off after them. Scott turned to Melissa. Let's go. Melissa nodded, her transformation fluid and elegant. Together, they shifted into their massive wolf forms, their fur glistening in the moonlight. The pack ran together, their movements synchronized as they tore through the forest. Eventually, they reached a hill overlooking Beacon Hills, the lights of the town twinkling below. Scott, in his enormous black wolf form, raised his head and let out a powerful howl. The sound reverberated through the night, a declaration to every supernatural being in the area, Beacon Hills belonged to his pack. One by one, his pack joined in, their howls echoing across the town. Together, they stood as one strong, united, and unstoppable. Chapter 74, A Day of Peace, A Night of Horror. The morning after the full moon, Scott woke up to the warm sunlight streaming through the curtains. He glanced at Allison, still peacefully sleeping beside him. Smiling, he leaned over and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before carefully getting out of bed. After a quick shower, Scott headed downstairs and went to the kitchen. He decided to cook breakfast for everyone. He grabbed the pancake mix and started flipping the batter onto the sizzling pan, enjoying the calmness of the morning. Morning, Boyd said as he walked into the kitchen, stretching his arms. Need a hand? Scott smiled over his shoulder. Morning. Yeah, you can handle the bacon and eggs. As the smells of cooking food filled the house, one by one, the rest of the pack stumbled into the kitchen, drawn by the delicious aroma. They settled at the table, chatting and laughing as Scott and Boyd finished up breakfast. While everyone ate, Lydia spoke up. By the way, there's no school today. So, what's everyone planning to do? Scott leaned back in his chair, a playful grin on his face. I'm taking Allison out on a date. It's been way too long since it was just the two of us. And honestly, every time I turn around, Styles is there, staring at me with one of his creepy smiles. Styles gasped dramatically, clutching his chest. Hey, man, my smile is not creepy. Isaac chuckled, shaking his head. Actually, Styles, it kind of is. I still remember when you and Boyd showed up that night to ask if I wanted the bite. I saw that grin, and I ran. You scared me, dude. Styles threw up his hands. Come on. I was just excited. The pack erupted into laughter, the light-hearted moment setting the tone for the day. Scott grinned at them and said. All right, what about the rest of you? What's the plan? Lydia sipped her coffee, her eyes sparkling. I need to go shopping for clothes. I want to find something that works with my wings so they don't tear through everything. Or maybe get something tailored. I'll go with you. Erica said with a grin. Styles stretched his arms behind his head. I need to take my Jeep to the mechanic. Scott raised a brow at him. Tell them to replace the engine with a new one. Fix everything that needs fixing. No half measures this time. Styles groaned. Do you know how much that'll cost? Scott smirked. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. He looked around the table. Actually, I've been meaning to give you all some money. I'll send each of you $50,000. Use it to buy a car or anything else you need. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone processed his words. Lydia raised a brow, intrigued. Wait, are you rich, Scott? Scott shrugged, deciding not to hide the truth. He explained about the money he'd received from the vampire encounter, pulling out his phone to send the transfers. Within moments, everyone's phones buzzed with notifications. Melissa's phone buzzed as well, and she smiled warmly. 100,000? That's too much, Scott. He shook his head. You've done more for me than I can ever repay, Mom. Use it, and if you need more, you just need to ask. Melissa smiled. In that case, I'll go shopping with the girls. It sounds like fun. Lydia beamed. Perfect. Now, if only Allison would join us, it could be a full girls' day out. She turned to Allison with a hopeful look. What do you say, Alice? Scott cut her off. Nope. Allison's mine today. Lydia rolled her eyes but grinned. All right, all right. No need to growl at me, Scott. Scott turned to Isaac. What about you? What's your plan? Isaac leaned back in his chair, a smile on his face. Since I have the money now, I'm going shopping for clothes. And maybe. He hesitated, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. I'll buy a Ducati Diavel. I've wanted one ever since I saw it. Scott nodded. Then get it. Isaac's smile widened. Thanks, Scott. Finally, Scott looked at Boyd. And you? Boyd shrugged. I think I'll go car shopping. I've always loved old cars. Your Camaro's cool, but I'll find something else. As breakfast wrapped up, Scott stood and stretched. All right, Allison, let's go. Allison smiled, grabbing her bag. Where are we going? Scott said. How about we drive to San Francisco? Spend the day there. It's only a couple of hours away, and it'll be fun. Before Allison could answer, Styles leaned in, his eyes wide with excitement. That sounds amazing. Take me with you. Scott pushed him away with a laugh. Not happening, Styles. Go take care of your Jeep. Laughing, Scott and Allison ran to his Camaro and sped off, the open road stretching ahead. Their drive to San Francisco was filled with music and laughter as they sang along to songs on the radio. By the time they reached the city, the sun was high in the sky. Scott parked near the aquarium of the bay, and the couple spent hours marveling at the sea creatures, snapping pictures and enjoying each other's company. Afterward, they had lunch before hopping on a cable car for a ride through the city. As the day wound down, they visited the Golden Gate Bridge just in time for sunset. Standing together, Scott wrapped his arms around Allison as they admired the fiery sky, the lights of the city beginning to twinkle in the distance. This is beautiful. Allison whispered, leaning her head against his chest. Thank you for today, Scott. I needed this. Scott kissed her gently, his voice soft. Anything for you, love. I'm just glad you're happy. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, Scott smiled at her. Let's grab dinner and head back home. After dinner, Scott and Allison drove back to Beacon Hills. The roads were quiet. As they neared Beacon Hills Preserve, Scott suddenly slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt. A man had bolted out of the woods and stood directly in their path, his eyes filled with terror. Scott and Allison exchanged a quick glance before the man sprinted toward the car, pounding on the hood. Help me, please. Someone's chasing me. They're trying to kill me. He screamed, his voice desperate and shaky. Allison wrinkled her nose and muttered. I don't like him. He gives me a disgusting feeling, and he reeks of blood. Scott chuckled softly, his lips curling into a knowing smirk. Well, he's not lying. Someone is chasing him. He nodded toward the trees. Look over there, it's your parents. Allison squinted into the woods, her sharp senses kicking in. Sure enough, Chris and Victoria, along with 3 other hunters, were emerging from the shadows, their weapons drawn. Oh. It's really them. Allison said. I was so focused on this guy that I didn't even hear them. Scott opened his door. Let's get out and see what's going on. As soon as Scott stepped out, the man ran toward him, still begging for help. Without hesitation, Scott punched him square in the face. The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Allison stepped out of the car, glancing down at the unconscious man with disdain. He's definitely not human. What is he? Scott's nose wrinkled in disgust. I don't know, but he feels wrong. Something disgusting. I'm guessing your parents know. By then, Chris, Victoria, and the other hunters had arrived. Chris's eyes widened slightly when he saw Allison. Allison? What are you doing here? Allison smiled, walking over to him. She kissed her father on the cheek. We were heading back to Scott's house when your prey stopped us. She then turned to Victoria, embracing her warmly. I missed you, Mom. Victoria smiled softly. I missed you too, sweetheart. Scott, meanwhile, turned to Chris. What is he? The feeling I get from him, it's awful. Chris's expression hardened. He's a Wendigo. We found him in the woods, butchering a woman he just killed. Scott's jaw tightened as he processed the words. Chris gave him a pointed look. You're not going to stop me from killing him, are you? Scott shook his head. As long as you're not hurting innocent creatures, I won't stop you. And for something like a Wendigo? I'll even help if you need it. Chris nodded, his respect for Scott clear in his gaze. He turned to one of the hunters and ordered. Drag him back into the woods and end it. The hunter moved to grab the Wendigo, but Scott raised a hand. Wait. Chris frowned. You just said you wouldn't stop us, Scott. Scott said. I'm not stopping you. I just want to check his memories first, to see if there are more of his kind hiding in Beacon Hills. Scott's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he stepped toward the unconscious Wendigo. The three hunters flanking Chris immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Scott in alarm. Victoria sighed and rolled her eyes. Lower your weapons. He's not going to attack you. And even if he did, your guns wouldn't do anything to him. Reluctantly, the hunters lowered their weapons. Scott ignored them entirely, crouching beside the Wendigo. With a grim look, he extended his claws and plunged them into the back of the creature's neck. A moment later, Scott stood up abruptly and kicked the unconscious body. His face was twisted in disgust. Disgusting bastard. Allison stepped closer, concern etched across her features. What did you see, Scott? Is it bad? Scott's glowing eyes dimmed as he turned to face her. Yeah. It's bad. Really bad. This bastard has a wife and a son, they're Wendigos too. They've been living here in Beacon Hills for years. Their basement is a cold room, filled with human bodies. Allison's eyes widened. How much? 20 or more bodies. Scott said grimly. Hanging like butchered cattle. They hunt outside of Beacon Hills to avoid suspicion, driving to other towns and cities to find their victims. Then they bring them back here alive, so they can kill them slowly. They like fresh blood. Allison's stomach churned, her face pale. Monsters. She muttered. Disgusting monsters. Scott nodded, his expression dark. They've been doing this for years. And this woman you guys found him butchering in the woods? She woke up before he could get her home. That's the only reason he killed her there in the woods. Chris's jaw clenched tightly. Do you know where he lives? We can't let those monsters continue to exist. Scott nodded. I do. Kill this bastard, and then bring your cars. I'll take you there. Chris didn't hesitate, barking orders to the hunters. Finish him off and bring the cars here, quickly. One of the hunters approached the unconscious Wendigo, preparing to drag him into the woods, but Scott said. Be careful. He's awake. The hunter froze, and in the next instant, the Wendigo stopped pretending, lunging forward. His eyes turned an eerie, milky white and his hands morphed into clawed weapons. Before he could reach the hunter, Victoria fired a single shot to the head, her aim precise and deadly. The Wendigo dropped lifelessly to the ground. Chris glanced at the shaken hunter. Well? Don't just stand there. Get moving, we don't have all night. The hunter snapped out of his shock and with the help of his companions, dragged the Wendigo's body away. A short while later, the hunters returned with 2 vehicles. Scott climbed into his car, leading the way with Chris and the hunters following close behind. They drove in tense silence, the moonlight casting long shadows over the narrow forest road. When they reached the Wendigo's house, Scott parked and stepped out. Chris said. Let us handle this, Scott. Scott nodded. Go ahead. Chris and Victoria fitted silencers onto their guns before walking up to the front door, feigning the role of a lost couple. Chris knocked, his expression calm and unassuming. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a woman. She looked human enough, but the sharpness in her gaze hinted at something darker. Chris didn't hesitate, he shoved the door hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. The woman's eyes darted to the gun in his hand, and she hissed, her eyes turning white and her teeth sharpening into jagged points. She began to shift, but before she could fully transform, Chris fired a shot, silencing her permanently. From upstairs, a voice called out. "Mom? Is that Dad? I smell blood. Did he bring fresh meat?" A teenage boy descended the stairs, his casual tone quickly turning into a snarl when he spotted his mother's lifeless body. His eyes shifted white, and he began to transform in rage, but Victoria's aim was faster. She shot him dead before he could fully shift. Outside, Scott heard the muffled gunshots. He glanced at Allison. "It's over. Let's go take a look." They entered the house cautiously, stepping over the lifeless bodies of the two Wendigos. The air inside was heavy with the metallic smell of blood. Chris and Victoria were already in the basement, their faces grim as they surveyed the horrors within. Scott and Allison followed them down, their footsteps echoing in the cold, dimly lit space. The scene before them was gruesome, rows of hanging human corpses, their bodies stripped and butchered. The room smelled of decay and blood, making Allison cover her nose in disgust. "Damn those monsters!" Allison muttered, her voice shaking with anger. Scott let out a long sigh, his expression heavy. "It's a shame we couldn't stop them sooner. But at least we ended it today." Chris turned to Scott. "Take Allison and go. We'll handle the rest. I'll call the sheriff and have him deal with this." Scott nodded. "All right." Allison hugged her parents briefly before leaving with Scott. As they drove back to his house, the tension began to lift slightly. When they arrived at Scott's house, Allison let out a long sigh. Today was nice, but that family of monsters had to ruin it. They were greeted by Lydia, who was lounging in the living room with Erica and Melissa. Lydia perked up at the sight of them. "Scott. Allison. You're back. What happened? What family ruined your day?" Allison hesitated before shaking her head. "Believe me, you don't want to know." Lydia's curiosity only deepened. "That bad, huh? Now I really want to know." Scott and Allison exchanged a glance before sitting down. Together, they began recounting the events of the night. Chapter 75, Telling Noah the Truth. Styles POV. Styles woke up early, groggily rubbing his eyes as sunlight streamed through his window. He got dressed quickly and went to check on his dad, only to find him slumped over his desk in his office, with an empty bottle of booze lying beside him. "Dad," Styles said, voice tinged with worry as he stepped closer. He gently shook his father awake. "Dad, what's going on with you? Why did you get drunk and fall asleep here?" Noah groaned, clutching his head as he sat up. "Ugh, my head is killing me." "Styles, why are you so loud this early in the morning?" Styles frowned, his concern deepening as he took in the dark circles under his father's eyes. "You don't look good, Dad." "I'm fine," Noah replied, waving him off. "Go get ready for school. You're going to be late." "Nope, not happening," Styles said firmly. "I'm not going to school today. You're going to take a shower, and I'll make us breakfast. We need to talk." Noah sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. "Styles, it's nothing. I just had a rough case yesterday. That's why I had a little to drink. There's no need for you to skip school. I'm fine." Styles crossed his arms. "No, Dad. We really need to talk. It's important." Noah squinted at him, his brow furrowing. "Is everything okay with you, son?" "Yeah, everything's fine. Even great," Styles said, trying to reassure him. Then he wrinkled his nose and added, "But you reek of booze, so go shower." "Seriously, Dad, you stink." With a reluctant nod, Noah got up and headed for the bathroom, mumbling something about kids these days. In the kitchen, Styles cracked eggs into a pan and started frying bacon while he reached out to Scott telepathically. "Scott, you up?" Styles asked, concentrating on their mental link. Moments later, Scott's voice echoed in his mind. "Yeah, I'm up. Having breakfast." What's up? It's my dad. Styles replied. I found him asleep at his desk this morning with an empty bottle of booze. He said he had a rough case yesterday. It's probably the Wendigo case. Allison, her parents, and I found a family of Wendigos yesterday. They had more than 20 human corpses hanging in their basement like butchered cattle. Scott replied. Styles winced. Damn. No wonder he's a mess. I think it's time to tell him about the supernatural. So, I'm skipping school this morning. Good luck. Scott said. Thanks. Styles replied before ending the connection. Noah shuffled into the kitchen a short while later, freshly showered but still looking tired. He sat down at the table as Styles handed him a steaming cup of coffee. Here. Styles said. Drink this. And tell me about that rough case you mentioned. Noah sighed, taking a long sip of coffee before setting the mug down. It was gruesome, Styles. A family of cannibals. We found 26 corpses hanging in their basement. This town gets weirder every day. Styles hesitated, his stomach twisting at the thought of the Wendigo's victims. He took a deep breath and sat down across from his father. Dad, there's something I need to tell you. And before you freak out, just hear me out, okay? Noah frowned, watching him closely. What is it, son? For the next hour, Styles laid everything out, the hailfire, werewolves, hunters, the vampire, the Nemeton tree, and all the other supernatural dangers they'd faced. When he finally stopped, Noah stared at him, stunned. After a moment, Noah laughed nervously. Your imagination is wild, kid. Seriously, Styles, it's a lot. I'm not joking, Dad. Styles said, his tone deadly serious. Noah's smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. Styles, this isn't funny. You're scaring me. Please tell me you don't actually believe this. Are you okay? Mentally, I mean. Styles groaned, running a hand through his hair. Dad, I can prove it. Just, don't freak out. Before Noah could respond, Styles let his eyes glow bright yellow, his fangs extending as fur sprouted along his cheeks. His claws grew longer, and a low growl rumbled in his chest. What do you think now, Dad? Noah stumbled back, his chair scraping against the floor. Why you were telling the truth. Yeah, Dad. Styles said, shifting back to normal. I was telling the truth. Noah collapsed back into his chair, his face pale. So, what now? Are you going to lose control? Kill people under the full moon? Turn into a monster? Styles shook his head, offering a reassuring smile. No, Dad. I don't lose control. He went on to explain how Scott and the pack worked to protect Beacon Hills from threats. Noah frowned. Have you killed anyone, son? No. Styles said firmly. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he added. Not yet. Noah's eyes widened. Yet? What do you mean, yet? You're not going to kill anyone. I don't care if they're monsters, they need to go to jail. Styles sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Dad, you can't put supernatural creatures in jail. These monsters aren't like regular criminals, they're strong enough to tear through holding cells like tissue paper. And they won't hesitate to kill your deputies to escape. Some can teleport, some control fire or lightning, others can mess with people's minds or use poison. If you try to hold them in jail, you're risking everyone's lives. Not to mention exposing the supernatural world to your entire department. So, unless you're looking to host a supernatural coming out party at the sheriff's department, I suggest you let us handle them. Noah let out a heavy sigh and slumped in his chair, overwhelmed. I don't even know what to say anymore. If you really want to help protect Beacon Hills, maybe you should consider taking the bite from Scott. Styles said. Noah's eyes widened again. The bite? Styles, that's a life-changing decision. I need time to think about it. Fair enough. Styles said, standing up. Just, stay sober while you think, okay? Noah chuckled weakly. Yeah, I think I've had enough booze for a while. Good. Styles grabbed his bag. I'm heading to school. See you later, Dad. When Styles arrived at school, he spotted Scott and the rest of the pack sitting together in the cafeteria. Their laughter and chatter filled the air as they shared lunch. Styles walked over and dropped into the empty seat beside Scott. Scott turned to him. Hey, man. How did your dad take it? Styles let out a long sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. He thought I was losing my mind. I'm pretty sure if I hadn't proved I was a werewolf, he would have had me seeing a shrink by tonight. The pack chuckled, and before anyone could respond, Tracy, one of Derek's betas, approached their table. Her face was pale, and her movements were tense. McCall, she said, her voice barely steady. Can we talk? Scott's nose twitched as he picked up the sharp tang of fear rolling off her. Yeah, sure. What's going on? He asked. Tracy sat down, glancing nervously around the cafeteria before speaking. It's Derek. He's hurt. Last night, while he was training us in the woods, another pack attacked. Styles raised an eyebrow. Another pack? Tracy nodded. Yeah. They're not from around here, they looked like bikers. They said they'd heard about a powerful alpha in Beacon Hills, and they came to challenge him. They want this territory. Scott leaned forward. How many alphas do they have? Tracy hesitated, clearly confused. Just one. He has only one eye. But, why are you asking? Isn't a pack only supposed to have one alpha? Lydia sighed and shook her head, her tone tinged with pity. Poor thing. Derek really didn't tell you guys much, did he? Scott's eyes narrowed slightly. How many were in the pack, and how did you guys escape? There were 6 of them, including the alpha. Tracy replied. Derek fought them alone to give us time to get away. He called me earlier and said he managed to escape, but he's hurt. He told me to warn you. Scott furrowed his brows. And what about Peter? Where is he? Tracy shook her head. He wasn't with us, and we haven't seen him in a while. Scott sighed. I see. Tracy stood, a mix of worry and urgency in her voice. I need to go check on Derek, make sure he's okay. Scott nodded. All right. As she disappeared from view, Scott turned to his pack, his expression thoughtful. I don't know if this new pack is evil or just looking to prove themselves, but either way, we can't ignore them. We'll handle it after school. His lips twitched into a small smile. Too bad they only have one alpha. Styles grinned. So, who's taking his alpha spark? Scott chuckled. We'll go in the order I gave you guys the bite. Which means? His gaze shifted to Allison. You'll become an alpha tonight. Styles nodded. Fair enough. Scott continued. There are 6 of them, and they can't be that strong if Derek managed to escape. I'll sit this one out, and so will my mom. The rest of you can handle them. Allison straightened. I'll take on their alpha myself. Scott nodded approvingly. All right. Allison takes their alpha, and the rest of you deal with his pack. He turned to Lydia. Use the crows to find them. Lydia nodded. Okay. Then, she closed her eyes, her expression focused as she reached out telepathically to the crows. With a mental command, she sent them out to search for them. Moments later, she opened her eyes and looked at Scott. They'll find them soon. The pack went through their classes, and halfway through class, Lydia's voice slipped into Scott's mind. Scott, I found them. They're holed up in the old Hale house. Scott smirked, replying telepathically. Good. Keep an eye on them, and let your crows spook them a little. Lydia's lips curved into a sly smile. Got it. As soon as school ended, the pack gathered in the parking lot, getting into their cars. Engines roared to life as they sped toward the old Hale house. Chapter 76, The Alpha Allison. In the old Hale house, the air was thick with the stench of spilled beer and sweat. The pack of rough-edged werewolves lounged around, their raucous laughter echoing off the crumbling walls. A few crows caught outside in the trees, but none of the men paid them any mind. They were too busy talking and drinking, reveling in their victory over Derek Hale the previous night. The alpha of the group, known simply as Boss, sat at the head of the room. His one good eye gleamed with smug satisfaction as he swirled a half-empty bottle of whiskey. Boys, he said, in a southern accent. From now on, this town's ours. Too bad that other alpha hightailed it yesterday. Could have turned him into one of us, then we'd have another alpha in the pack. A fat man they called Big Bobby chuckled, his broad shoulders shaking. Heard that alpha is supposed to be something fierce. he said, popping open another beer. Guess he ain't all that strong. Another werewolf, with a jagged scar running down his cheek, chimed in. Well, he's strong enough to get away. He muttered, his tone darker. Across the room, a lanky, tattooed man named Billy shifted nervously in his seat. Boss. He said, his voice shaky. Them crows outside, they're givin' me the creeps. Boss shot him a glare. Shut your mouth, Billy. They're just birds. Billy swallowed hard. Yeah, but there weren't that many at first. Now there's more, and I swear they're watchin' us. His hands trembled as he pointed to the shattered window. We should skedaddle out of this old, creepy house. Rowdy, a wiry man with a scruffy beard, nodded. Billy might be right, boss. My Mimo rest her soul used to say, Rowdy, if you see a flyin' black chicken near the house, you'll be unlucky. See more than 5, you'll be sick as a dog the next morning. More than 10, and you're knockin' at death's door. Big Bobby snorted. Look at you two, y'all are sweatin' like whores in church. Quit your bellyachin' and bane superstitious over a bunch of crows. Billy glared at Big Bobby. It ain't just superstition, Big Bobby. This house smells like death. Blood soaked into these walls, I reckon a lot of folks died here. Before anyone could respond, the sound of shattering glass filled the room as a flock of crows burst through the windows. Feathers and shards flew everywhere, the sudden intrusion freezing everyone in place. Rowdy's face turned pale. Boss. He whispered, his voice trembling. This is bad. You know what they say. Boss growled. What do they say, Rowdy? They say if a bird enters a house or hits the window, death follows. Before Boss could dismiss the superstition, a long howl echoed through the forest, then 5 more distinct howls followed. Boss shot to his feet. Looks like that alpha from yesterday brought friends. There's 6 of 'em. Boys, let's show 'em our strength. The pack stormed out of the house, and they saw 6 figures approaching through the misty forest. The one-eyed alpha squinted, his sharp gaze locking onto the group. Y'all are just kids. Where's your alpha, the one from yesterday? Styles said with a cocky grin. You mean Derek? He's not our alpha. He's not even in our pack. Scott stepped forward. He's not from my pack. Scott said calmly. But he told me you're here to take over my territory. Boss tilted his head, his lone eye narrowing. You tellin' me you're an alpha? This town belongs to you, kid. Scott smiled faintly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Then, Scott walked past the group, ignoring their growls and glares. He didn't stop until he reached the old Hale house, where he sat on the crumbling steps, completely unbothered. The casual display infuriated the pack. Big Bobby growled, his fangs elongating and fur sprouting along his jawline. You lookin' down on us, boy? He snarled before charging at Scott. Just as Bobby lunged, a swarm of crows descended, clawing and pecking at his face. When the birds cleared, he found himself face to face with Lydia, her black wings spread wide and her golden eyes glowing. What the heck are you? Bobby stammered. Lydia smirked. If you want to fight our alpha, you'll have to earn it, big guy. She took a deep breath and unleashed a deafening scream. The sound wave struck Bobby, sending him hurtling backward into Billy, the two crashing to the ground in a heap. Billy groaned as he pushed Bobby off him. Dang it, Bobby! You tryin' to crush me to death with your fat ass? Big Bobby staggered to his feet, shaking his head to clear the ringing in his ears. Blood dripped from his ear canals, but within moments, his werewolf healing kicked in, and his eardrums repaired themselves. He turned to Lydia, his expression shifting from confusion to fear. The one-eyed alpha, still standing with an air of arrogance, tilted his head as he studied Lydia. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. He said, his voice laced with intrigue. The redhead girl is a banshee, I reckon. But I ain't never heard of one with wings or control over crows. Rowdy, still visibly shaken, muttered under his breath, this place is cursed. You know what they say, if you see a banshee, you're as good as dead. Lydia arched a brow and gave him a smile. That's a little rude, don't you think? Rowdy stiffened, his face draining of color. Don't look at me, witch. Styles doubled over in laughter. Oh man, these guys are too much. He wheezed. Allison stepped forward with a confident smile. Hey, One Eye, you'll be fighting me. The one-eyed alpha grinned, his lips curling into a cocky smirk. "Baby doll," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "How about you become my girl? I'll take care of you and..." Before he could finish, a low growl rumbled from right behind him, sending a chill down his spine. His cocky grin vanished as he froze in place. Allison glanced at Scott, who had silently emerged from the alpha's shadow, his glowing red eyes piercing into the back of the man's head. "Scott," Allison said with a playful tone. "You promised to let me handle this." Scott shrugged. "Fine, but can I give him just one punch?" "Just one?" Allison rolled her eyes. "No. If you punch him, he'll be done for. Let me handle him, I promise I'll make him regret what he just said." The one-eyed alpha spun around, only to come face to face with Scott's glowing eyes and the unmistakable aura of dominance. Scott leaned in close, his voice a dangerous whisper. "Lucky you." With that, Scott disappeared into the shadows, reappearing on the steps of the Hale house. He sat down casually and called out to his pack. "All right, guys, let's wrap this up quickly." Styles cracked his knuckles, his grin widening. "You heard him." In a fluid motion, Styles shifted, fur sprouting along his cheeks, his claws extending as his golden eyes blazed. He charged at one of the rival werewolves, his movements precise and feral. Isaac, Boyd, and Erica followed suit, their growls echoing as they tackled their opponents with calculated aggression. Even Lydia joined the fray, her black wings unfurling as she swooped down like a hawk, taking down her target. Allison's eyes glowed as she shifted, her claws extending into razor-sharp points. She stepped toward the one-eyed alpha. "Your fight is with me," she said. The alpha sneered, still underestimating her. "A beta, hey? This'll be quick." But when he raised his forearm to block her punch, his cocky demeanor shattered. Allison's strike was so powerful it broke his arm with a sickening crack and sent him flying backward. The alpha gritted his teeth as he scrambled to his feet, his gaze darkening. "All right, baby doll. Let's see what you've really got." He began to shift, his form growing larger. Fur sprouted along his jawline and cheeks, forming a mane-like appearance. His skin darkened to an obsidian black, and his lone eye glowed crimson. With a guttural roar, he charged at Allison, his speed and strength magnified. But Allison was faster, she dodged his attacks with ease, her strikes precise and devastating. Every punch and kick cracked bones, every slash of her claws left deep gashes. The one-eyed alpha quickly realized he was outmatched. Despite being a beta, Allison fought with the strength of an alpha. Like Scott, her power was tied to the strength of the pack, and her training in mixed martial arts only added to her dominance in combat. Across the battlefield, the rest of the pack easily subdued their opponents, knocking them unconscious one by one. Styles was the first to finish, grinning as he wiped his claws clean. That was fun. As her pack regrouped, Allison decided to end the fight. With a swift uppercut to the alpha's jaw, she knocked him out cold. The towering werewolf crumpled to the ground, his body motionless. Scott rose from the steps of the Hale house and approached his pack, a proud smile on his face. "Good job, everyone," he said. Then he turned to the unconscious alpha. "Now, let's see what we're dealing with." Walking over, Scott knelt beside the alpha. Without hesitation, he extended his claws and inserted them into the back of the alpha's neck. Moments later, he withdrew his claws, standing up with a faint smile. "Allison," Scott said, his tone lighter. "Take his alpha spark. After that, we'll let them go." Styles furrowed his brow. "So, they aren't bad guys?" Scott shook his head. "No. They're just a bunch of funny dudes trying to prove themselves. Their alpha is stronger than Derek, but he didn't kill him. Yesterday, he let Derek go, and even let his betas escape without trying to use them as leverage. That's not what a killer does." Allison nodded, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the task. "All right." She stepped forward and knelt by the unconscious alpha. With a deep breath, she extended her claws and stabbed them into his chest. The alpha's body jolted as he woke up, his one eye widening in shock as he felt his alpha spark being drained. But he didn't fight back. He simply lay there, his gaze shifting between Allison and Scott, resignation edged across his features. Allison's yellow eyes began to change, shifting to a bright orange before finally glowing a deep, radiant red. Her breathing quickened as power surged through her, and for a brief moment, she was overwhelmed. But then, the flow slowed, and she realized the energy she was absorbing had become faint and meaningless, so she pulled her claws out. The one-eyed alpha looked up at Scott, his face pale and weary. "You can kill me," he said. "But please, let my pack go," Scott said. "You trespassed on my territory and challenged me. Losing your alpha spark was the price you paid. I'm not going to kill you or your pack, but I don't want to see any of you in Beacon Hills again. Understand?" The one-eyed alpha nodded, his body trembling as he weakly pushed himself to his feet. Stripped of his alpha spark and the fight against Allison still fresh in his muscles, he was barely able to stand. Yet, he limped to each of his pack members, kicking them awake one by one. "Come in, y'all," he rasped. "We're leavin'." His pack, groaning and battered, climbed onto their bikes. One by one, the engines roared to life, and without a word, they rode out of Beacon Hills, disappearing into the night. Scott turned to Allison, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "All right, Allison. Try shifting into your full werewolf form." Allison tilted her head, a mix of excitement and nervousness flickering across her face. "Okay." She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to focus. When she opened them, they blazed red, and her body began to transform. White fur sprouted across her arms and legs as she grew taller. Her head shifted into a wolf's, her sharp teeth glinting under the moonlight. Her clothes stretched but held together, and from behind her, a fluffy white tail emerged, swaying slightly. Scott's lips curled into a proud smile. "How do you feel, Allison?" Allison glanced at her hands, flexing her claws. "I feel strong. Really strong. And I have this deeper connection to my wolf side, it's like I can feel everything around me." Styles clapped his hands together, his grin wide. "Cool. Next, it'll be my turn to become an alpha. I can't wait." Scott chuckled. "All right, let's head home." Styles stretched, letting out a dramatic sigh. "Home sweet home. I wonder how my dad's holding up." Scott smiled. "With Uncle Noah's line of work, I bet he's seen weird stuff long before we were even born. Now, he's probably trying to piece it all together with the supernatural." Styles nodded, a small smile creeping onto his face. "You're right. He's probably going through all his old case files, connecting the dots. I should check on him, though." After that, everyone exchanged goodbyes. Then, they climbed into their cars, and drove off heading back to their homes. Chapter 77, Ambush at the Argent Warehouse. The next morning, following the battle with the one-eyed Alpha's pack, Scott and Allison woke up to a calm breakfast with Melissa and Isaac. The smell of fresh pancakes filled the kitchen, the clatter of forks against plates blending with light-hearted chatter. It was a moment of normalcy in their otherwise chaotic lives. Soon after, they headed to school, hoping for a typical day. Upon arriving at school, Scott parked his car, and the pack gathered at the entrance, and went to their classes. The first surprise came during their English class. As the students settled into their seats, a familiar figure walked into the classroom, Victoria Argent, her presence commanding attention. Lydia leaned over to Allison, whispering with curiosity. "What is she doing here?" Allison's expression was a blend of shock and unease. "I don't know," she murmured. "But I need to find out. My family has already pushed Scott too far. I don't think he'll tolerate much more, even for my sake." Scott, seated nearby, caught her words. Without turning his head, he reached out telepathically to Allison and Lydia. "Let's talk to her after class." Allison nodded subtly. "Okay." The class passed in a blur. Victoria's sharp gaze occasionally flitted toward Scott. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, students left, leaving only Scott, his pack, and Victoria behind. Allison approached her mother, wrapping her arms around her in a brief hug before stepping back. "Mom, what are you doing here?" she asked, her voice tinged with both warmth and suspicion. Victoria smiled faintly. "I'm here teaching, sweetheart." "Why? Can't I work here?" Before Allison could respond, Scott stood up. "Cut the act, Victoria. We both know you're not here for just a job. Tell us the truth." Victoria's smile faltered. She folded her arms, meeting Scott's gaze head-on. "Fine. I'm here to monitor the growth of the supernatural. Derek is building his pack, and as hunters, it's our job to keep them in check." Scott nodded slowly. I see. You can do that, but let me be clear, you're not hunting anyone without proof they're evil. No more attacking shapeshifters just because you think they're a threat or because they have blue eyes. Victoria said, her voice sharp. Blue-eyed werewolves are killers, Scott. You're asking me to ignore years of training and instinct. Scott said. Don't play dumb. We both know guilt can change a werewolf's eyes to blue. Not all of them are killers. I won't let you hunt out of paranoia. Victoria hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line. We better be safe than sorry. Scott's gaze hardened, his patience wearing thin. Don't push me into doing something I'll regret, Victoria. I love your daughter, more than you can imagine. But my patience has its limits. If you're going to hunt supernatural creatures, make sure they're truly evil, like the Wendigos. Monsters like that? Hunt them, kill them as soon as you find them. But for others? You better be damn sure they're killers before you decide to play executioner. Understand? Victoria sighed, relenting slightly. Fine. But we still have unfinished business with Peter and Derek. We can't ignore what they've done. Scott tilted his head, his voice cold. Is that your grudge, or Gerard's? The room tensed as Scott turned toward the door. Gerard, I know you're there. Come in and face me. The door creaked open, and Gerard Argent stepped inside, his face twisted in a smug grin. Well, well. Is this your pack, Scott? Scott smiled. It is. And if you want to die, go ahead and try to attack them. One more thing. Before anyone could react, Scott vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only a faint ripple of darkness. Victoria's eyes widened in shock as Scott materialized behind Gerard, stepping out of his shadow with his crimson-red eyes glowing ominously. Gerard froze, his confusion evident. He looked around, trying to process what just happened. When his gaze followed Victoria's stunned expression, he slowly turned, only to come face to face with Scott's piercing red eyes and a wicked smile. If I see your wrinkly old ass in school again, Scott said, his voice low and laced with menace, I'll make sure you don't leave alive. Gerard instinctively stepped back, fear creeping into his voice. WH. What are you? You're not just a werewolf, I've never seen a werewolf do what you just did. Scott said. What I am doesn't concern you. Leave the school, Gerard. I spared Kate's life, but if you cross me, I promise you won't get the same mercy. Just then, Lydia's eyes glowed golden. Scott, he's dying. The old man in front of you, he's dying. Scott looked at Lydia. I know. I can smell it on him. Cancer. Gerard's face twisted in fury and humiliation as Scott turned back to him with an unsettling smile. Is that what this is about, Gerard? Is that why you're so hell-bent on fighting Derek? Gerard's face twisted in fury, his voice rising. Yes. I have cancer. And before I die, I'll make sure to wipe out the Hales and avenge my daughter, even if it kills me. Scott shook his head, his expression almost pitying. You're lying, Gerard. I saw what you did to Kate. This isn't about her. You want something from Derek, don't you? Gerard's composure faltered, and his voice wavered. I want his life. Scott smirked. Truth. But that's not all, is it? You want more than just his life. You want him to give you the bite, maybe even his alpha spark. You think it'll cure your cancer, don't you? Lies. Gerard spat, his face a mask of denial. I'm an Argent. I would never stoop to becoming a beast. Styles chuckled from behind Scott. Oh, he's lying again. Scott smiled. You old hypocrite. You tried to kill your daughter because she was bitten, but deep down, you were just jealous. She got what you wanted, didn't she? What a twisted family. Gerard's face darkened, his hatred palpable, but he said nothing. Scott stepped toward the door. Victoria, get this old monster out of here. Let's go, guys. We're late for our next class. As the group was leaving, Gerard's voice cut through the air. Allison, aren't you going to say hello to your dear grandfather? Allison froze mid-step, and she looked at him with disgust. I don't want anything to do with a monster like you. She snapped. Feigning innocence, Gerard responded. You can't really believe all that nonsense Scott just said, can you? Allison's eyes narrowed. Even if Scott lied, which he didn't, what about Kate? You shot her. You tried to kill your own daughter. We are Argents, Gerard said with a cold detachment. Her being a werewolf would only bring shame to us. Allison snorted. Yeah, right. She turned away from him, fixing her mother with a softer look. I'll see you later, Mom. Without another word, she followed Scott and the pack. Back in the classroom, Gerard's mask of control cracked. His face darkened as he turned to Victoria. We're going after the Hales tonight. And we should bring Allie. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Victoria interrupted. Stay away from my daughter, Gerard, or I'll kill you myself before Scott gets the chance. Her eyes glinted with warning. As for the Hales, I'll go with you and Chris tonight. I'm still a hunter. Now, you'd better leave the school. You can't become the principal anymore. Gerard huffed, storming out of the classroom. His thoughts churned darkly. Damn Scott and his mutts for exposing my plan. I need Derek's bite. His alpha spark will cure me, and then I'll deal with Scott. He's strong, but everyone has a weakness. His mother, Allison. I'll find a way to make him kneel. I was fighting werewolves before his parents were even born. He'll learn who Gerard Argent really is. Later that afternoon, Gerard and a group of hunters tailed two of Derek's betas, Josh and Matt. They moved through a quiet, secluded part of Beacon Hills. Gerard gestured toward one of the hunters. Are you sure they're part of Derek's pack? The hunter nodded confidently. Absolutely. The kid talks too much. After I noticed him shifting 2 days ago, I told him I know the Hales, and I asked about Derek. He spilled everything, how many are in the pack, where they gather, all of it. Gerard smirked coldly. Good. Go capture them. The hunter, flanked by two others, approached Josh and Matt, who were walking ahead. Hey, Josh, wait up. Josh turned, recognizing the man. Oh, hey. What's up? By the way, what did you say your name was again? The hunter stepped closer, smirking. I didn't. But you can call me Hunter. Before Josh could react, the man whipped out a taser wand and jammed it into his side. Josh collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Josh! Matt shouted, instinctively turning to run. But the other two hunters were already on him, shocking him into submission with their own taser wands. Gerard approached with deliberate steps, looking down at the incapacitated Josh. Bind this one. Take him. Then he glanced at Matt. You, boy. Go to Derek and give him this. He handed Matt a folded paper with an address. Tell him if he wants his beta back, he'll have to come here. Now go. Matt scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding as he ran. At the Argent home, Victoria relayed the day's events to Chris. Chris leaned against the kitchen counter, his brow furrowed. If Gerard takes the bite tonight, I'll shoot him myself, just like he shot Kate. Victoria nodded. I'll go with you tonight. Let's see what he has planned. They drove to one of the Argent warehouses, where Gerard had gathered a small army of 10 hunters. They were loading weapons and preparing for an ambush. Chris approached Gerard. So, what's the plan? Gerard grinned. We've captured one of Derek's betas. Soon Derek will come, and we'll capture him and his pack. Chris's eyes narrowed. Capture them? Aren't we going to kill them? Gerard's voice boomed in response. No. They don't deserve an easy death. Chris raised a brow, his tone flat. I'm right here. You don't have to yell. Meanwhile, at Derek's place, he gathered his pack and shared the news. We've got trouble. Derek announced. Josh has been taken. Matt delivered a message from Gerard, an ambush is waiting for us. Jackson, you can't shift, so you're sitting this one out. Tracy, stay behind too. The rest of you, let's move. Peter crossed his arms. We're walking into a trap, and I'm not an alpha anymore. I need weapons. Derek frowned. Weapons? Where are they? Peter smirked. At my apartment, of course. Fine. Derek grumbled. We'll stop there first. Then we save Josh. That night, Derek and his pack entered the Argent's dimly lit warehouse. The air reeked of gun oil and fear. In the center of the room sat Josh, tied to a chair, his head slumped forward but visibly breathing. Across from him stood Gerard, flanked by Chris and Victoria. Derek's crimson eyes flared as he stepped forward, his voice a low growl. "Gerard, let him go." Gerard responded with a cold, calculated laugh. "If you want the boy, Derek, you'll give yourself up in exchange. One life for another. Fair trade, don't you think?" "That's not happening," Derek replied. "Then we have nothing more to discuss," Gerard said, gesturing to his hunters. "Take them down." Gunfire erupted, shattering the silence. Derek and Peter moved with inhuman speed, weaving through the chaos. Bullets ricocheted off metal beams as the hunters struggled to hit their targets. Peter, armed with 2 pistols, fired back with deadly precision, taking out 2 hunters in quick succession. Matt let out a cry as a stray bullet grazed his arm. Realizing the danger, he bolted for the exit, but he was hit by another bullet, collapsing with a pained grunt. He dragged himself behind a stack of crates, his breath ragged as he hid. As the fight raged on, Derek and Peter managed to take down 4 more hunters. Watching his forces dwindle, Gerard realized he was losing. Desperate, he grabbed a gun and pressed it against Josh's temple. "Derek, if you don't stop, I'll shoot him," Gerard threatened. But Derek didn't stop. Frustrated, Gerard fired a shot into Josh's thigh. The boy screamed in agony. Derek froze, his chest heaving as his glowing eyes locked on Josh. "Derek!" Peter shouted. "This is suicide. We can't save him. But we can avenge him later. Let's go." Derek glanced at Peter. "I brought this on him," Derek replied, his voice heavy with guilt. "I can't let him die, Peter." Peter shook his head. "Then you'll die too." Just as Gerard smirked, thinking victory was his, a hunter screamed, his body flung through the air like a ragdoll. He landed in a heap at Gerard's feet, his back marked with deep claw wounds. Blood pooled beneath him, he was already dead. "Who?" Victoria whispered, looking around. A low, menacing hiss echoed through the warehouse. All eyes turned upward to see a lizard-like creature perched on the rafters, its glowing eyes surveying them. Gerard's face twisted in recognition. "That's a Cana. Derek, call it off, or I'll kill your beta." Derek shook his head. "I don't even know what that thing is. How could I call it off?" The Cana hissed again before darting through the room with blinding speed. It slashed another hunter, who fell lifeless to the ground. Its tail lashed out, sending another hunter flying into the warehouse wall with a sickening crunch. Chris, Victoria, and Gerard opened fire, but the Cana was too fast. It dodged their bullets effortlessly before escaping through a broken window. In the chaos, Derek seized Victoria, his claws pressed against her neck. "Chris!" he barked. "Release Josh, or I'll kill her." Chris froze, his gun still raised. His eyes darted between Derek and Victoria, torn. "Fine," he finally said, lowering his weapon and walking toward Josh. Before he could release him, Gerard turned his gun on Chris. "Don't you dare release him." Chris's expression hardened. "Or what, Gerard? Are you going to shoot me too?" Victoria's voice was cold and resolute. "Chris, don't release him. Just make sure to kill them all after they kill me." "Shut up!" Derek growled at her, tightening his grip. Then he looked back at Chris. "Is it worth it, Chris? Losing your wife just so you can kill an innocent kid? What would Allison think of you?" Chris hesitated for only a moment before kneeling to free Josh. Gerard's face twisted with rage. "Chris, don't!" But it was too late. Chris had already released Josh, who scrambled to Derek's side. "Go!" Derek ordered Josh. "Take Matt with you, he's hit. I'll hold them off." "Peter, go with them and make sure they're safe." Josh nodded and ran toward Matt, who was bleeding and hiding nearby. Together, they fled, with Peter following close behind. Once they were safely away, Derek dragged Victoria toward the warehouse door, still holding her by the neck. At the exit, he released her, but as he turned to leave, she spun around, a dagger glinting in her hand. The blade found its mark, sinking into Derek's neck. Gasping, Derek instinctively bit her arm before fleeing, clutching his bleeding neck as he disappeared into the night. Chris ran to Victoria, catching her as she slumped to the ground. "Why did you do that, Victoria? Why? Now you've been bitten by an alpha." Victoria's voice trembled with regret. "I'm sorry, Chris. I couldn't resist. Chris pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice breaking. Damn it! Meanwhile, Gerard stood nearby, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred as he watched the scene unfold. Why her? Why is she the one who got the bite? He seethed internally. That bitch threatened me earlier about her mutt-loving daughter. I'll make sure she kills herself tonight. Far from the chaos, Derek stopped, his neck already healed. He leaned against a tree, catching his breath. Damn it! He muttered. Now I need to tell Scott what happened. Otherwise, I'm screwed. With that, he disappeared into the night. Chapter 78, Victoria's Decision. In the warehouse, after the failed ambush against Derek, Chris still held his wife tightly in his arms. Gerard approached them, his expression cold and calculated. Chris. Gerard began, his voice sharp. You know what you have to do now. Chris didn't even look at him and said. Not now, Gerard. Gerard's tone hardened. We are agents, Chris. We are hunters. When one of us is bitten, we... Chris let go of Victoria, turned to Gerard, and pointed his gun directly at his head, cutting him off. Say one more word, Gerard, and I promise it will be your last. Gerard froze, his eyes flickering between the gun and Chris's furious gaze. After a tense moment, he stepped back, choosing to hold his tongue, though his anger was palpable. Chris lowered the gun and turned back to Victoria. Let's go home. Victoria nodded, and the two left the warehouse. They drove back in silence, neither speaking a word until they reached their house. Scott's POV. In the backyard of Scott's house, the scent of barbecue and laughter filled the air. Scott was grilling meat with Isaac, while Melissa and Allison were setting the table and preparing side dishes. As they sat down to eat, Derek arrived. He stepped into the backyard, the smell of blood and gunpowder preceding him. Scott turned to him. Derek, what brings you here? Were you in a fight? You smell like blood and gunpowder. Derek nodded grimly. We need to talk, Scott. Scott gestured to an empty chair. Take a seat, and say what you need to say. Derek sat down, accepted a glass of water, and took a long drink. Then he began to recount everything, Gerard's kidnapping of Josh, the ambush at the warehouse, and the sudden appearance of the Cana. Finally, he looked at Allison, guilt heavy in his voice. I'm sorry, Allison. Derek said. But I bit your mother while escaping. She stabbed me in the neck, and I reacted instinctively. Allison's eyes glowed red as she shot to her feet, her voice shaking with anger and panic. What did you say? She growled, the sound animalistic. Derek stared at her, his shock evident. Wait, you're an alpha too? How is that possible? Allison didn't answer. She took a deep breath, her eyes returning to normal as she sat back down. I'm sorry. She said, though her voice remained tight. I know it's not your fault. It's just. I know my mom. She's stubborn. She'll try to kill herself rather than turn. She stood again, turning to Scott. I have to go home. Scott rose with her. I'm coming with you. Before leaving, Scott glanced at Derek. Since you're here, why don't you grab a bite? And by the way, that woman over there is my mom. Look at her the wrong way, and I'll kill you. Scott and Allison headed to his car. As they drove, Scott's thoughts raced. Victoria's bitten, just like in the original timeline. Then, I'll make her part of my pack. I need someone as decisive and cold-blooded as her. Breaking the silence, Scott glanced at Allison. Don't worry too much. He said. Just tell her you're a werewolf too. And if she decides to kill herself, tell her she has to kill you first. If she loves you more than she hates werewolves, she won't do it. Allison rolled her eyes. I believe she loves me enough not to kill me. It's the not killing herself part that scares me. At the Argent house, Chris and Victoria sat in their living room after the long, silent drive home. Chris brought a first aid kit and began cleaning the bite on Victoria's arm, his hands trembling slightly. Victoria broke the silence. Chris, you know I have to do what hunters have always done after being bitten. Chris shook his head. You don't have to. I don't care about the hunter code if it means losing you. Victoria smiled faintly. But I care. I can't turn into a mindless beast one day and hurt you or Allison. You can learn to control it. Chris argued, his voice breaking. You're the strongest woman I know. You can do this. Victoria leaned forward, her smile sad. I'm sorry, Chris. I can't live like that. Knowing I'll lose control someday, it's not who I am. You know I hate losing control. Tears slid down Chris's face. He said nothing, his heart breaking as he listened. Victoria wiped his tears with her hand and kissed him gently. You know what to do. And you know what to tell people. Tell them I had a history of depression. Promise me. Chris choked out. I will. I will, even though I've never seen you depressed once in 20 years. Victoria added softly. Allison needs to say it too. But I won't let her believe it. Chris insisted. She'll hear things. Victoria replied. People will say I was weak. That I took the easy way out. Just then, the front door opened, and Allison walked in, having been outside listening with her enhanced hearing. She stepped into the living room, her expression firm as she looked at her mother. Yes, Mom. Allison said. People will say you took the easy way out. And you know what? I'd believe them. Victoria's head snapped up, her eyes widening in shock. Allison? Why are you here? When did you come back? Allison crossed her arms, her tone heavy with emotion. Derek told me what happened tonight. If he hadn't, I doubt I'd ever see you alive again. Chris remained silent, his eyes darting between his wife and daughter, as he sat next to Victoria, silently praying Allison could change her mother's mind. Victoria sighed. Sweetheart, I never forced you to be a hunter. But I was raised as one, and I'll die as one. I won't turn into a beast. Allison's expression hardened. Well then, hunter. She said, her voice laced with challenge. Why don't you kill one more werewolf before you kill yourself? Victoria's breath caught as Allison's eyes glowed crimson. Go on then, Mom. Kill me, I'm one of those beasts you hate so much. Chris and Victoria both stared in stunned silence. Victoria finally managed to whisper. Allison, what have you done? Why? Why would you become one of them? It doesn't matter why. Allison replied. What matters is that I'm a werewolf. And not just any werewolf, I'm an alpha. She strode over to the coffee table, picking up the gun next to Chris. Turning, she handed it to Victoria. Here, Mom. Take it. Kill me before you kill yourself. Killing an alpha before you die would make a great ending for a hunter like you, wouldn't it? Without waiting for a response, Allison began to shift. Her body grew taller, white fur sprouting across her skin, and her head morphed into the shape of a wolf's. The transformation was smooth but intimidating, her red eyes glowing as she bared her fangs in a low growl. Go on, hunter. She said, her voice guttural and resonant. Pull the trigger. Kill me. Victoria's hands trembled as she stared at her daughter, now a fierce alpha werewolf. Her lips quivered, and tears welled in her eyes. She gripped the gun tightly, but her fingers wouldn't move to pull the trigger. Slowly, she lowered the weapon and reached out to place a shaky hand on Allison's wolf-like head. Her voice broke as she said. I can't. No matter what you've become, no matter what you turn into. I can't hurt you, sweetheart. I just can't. Allison shifted back into her human form, tears streaming down her cheeks as she hugged her mother. Then don't kill yourself, Mom. I know how much you hate werewolves, but I've seen far scarier things out there. Things that no hunter can stand against. You need to see this bite as a gift, not a curse. It'll make you stronger. You'll become an even better hunter. Victoria wiped her tears and gently brushed Allison's hair behind her ear. Sweetheart, I can't live knowing I might lose control and hurt you or your father. Just then, Scott stepped out from behind the wall, a faint smirk on his face. I can fix that. He said. Then, he glanced at Chris. Oh, hey there, Uncle Chris. I can't believe you were about to kill the woman you love just because she became a werewolf. I mean, I get it, you're probably worried that from now on she might outmatch you in bed. But come on, you don't have to kill her. Chris shot to his feet, his face flushed with anger. You stupid little punk. That is not what's going on here. He snapped, his voice filled with fury. He pointed an accusing finger at Scott. And you? You're the one who turned my daughter, right? I'm going to kill you. Scott smirked, completely unfazed. She asked for the bite. And do you want my help or not? Chris clenched his fists, then slowly sat back down. Fine. What can you do? Scott walked over, sitting down casually on the couch. Victoria, Chris, you've both seen how special I am. Chris gave a stiff nod. I've never seen or heard of anything like you before. Allison chimed in. Scott's a true alpha. Victoria's eyes widened. A true alpha? The rarest kind. Scott nodded. That's right. But being a true alpha is just a small part of how special I am. Chris narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Scott leaned forward. I don't have the typical weaknesses of a werewolf, including losing control. So I have complete control over my wolf side. Victoria frowned. That's impressive, but it doesn't explain how you'll help me. Scott smiled. Everyone in my pack has the same full control ability. Join my pack, Victoria. I need a decisive and cold-blooded werewolf or whatever you are going to turn into, in my pack. Allison's brows furrowed. Wait. Are you saying she might not turn into a werewolf? Scott shrugged. I don't know. Sometimes, what you turn into reflects the kind of person you are. And let's face it, your mom's kind of mean. Who knows what she'll become? Allison smirked faintly. Fair enough. Victoria hesitated, glancing at Chris before turning back to Scott. Are you sure? If I join your pack, I'll never lose control. Scott nodded confidently. I'm sure. But there's one condition: if you're part of my pack, I'm your alpha. That means no hunting anyone without my permission. And no more fights with the Hales. Gerard and Kate killed their family, and Peter killed a few of your hunters. Let's call it even. Victoria stared at him, then at Allison, who gave her a hopeful nod. Finally, she took a deep breath. Fine. I can live with that. I may act tough, but to be honest, I don't want to die and leave my family. So, how do I join your pack? Scott replied. I'll give you the bite. Victoria frowned. But I was already bitten. Allison chimed in, explaining the experiment Scott had conducted on the Omega werewolf. After listening, Victoria nodded in understanding. I see. She extended her arm toward Scott. Scott's fangs elongated, and his crimson eyes glowed. You might want to head to the bathroom after I give you the bite. Since Derek already bit you, some black liquid will purge from your body. It'll be painful, but it's necessary. Then, he bit her wrist. Victoria grimaced but quickly went upstairs to the bathroom. As she left, Chris looked at Scott, his expression conflicted. As a father, I still hate you. He said. But as a husband, I'm grateful. Thank you for saving my wife. Scott grinned. Don't mention it, Uncle Chris. We're family, after all. Chris snorted but said nothing more. Moments later, Scott glanced toward the stairs. You might want to check on her. She's crying. Chris's eyes widened. What? Allison added softly. Mom's crying, Dad. Go to her. Without another word, Chris hurried upstairs. Once alone, Allison turned to Scott and hugged him tightly. Thank you. Scott smirked. You don't sound sincere enough. She rolled her eyes before pulling him into a kiss. Their moment was interrupted when they overheard Victoria's tearful voice from upstairs. I was so scared tonight. She sobbed. I thought I was going to lose everything. Chris's voice was equally emotional. I thought I was going to lose you too. Then the sound of their voices gave way to kissing and other activities. Allison's face turned scarlet. I did not need to hear that. Scott burst into laughter. Maybe next year, you'll have a little brother or sister. Shut up. Allison snapped, her blush deepening. Let's wait in your car. Scott chuckled but followed her out. Once in the car, Allison cranked up the radio, and they sat there until Chris finally opened the front door looking for them. Back in the living room, Victoria cleared her throat. Allison, earlier, you said you've seen creatures scarier than werewolves. What did you mean? Still slightly red, Allison replied. I told Dad that Scott killed a lamia before. But what I didn't mention is that the lamia wasn't alone. The alpha of her pack was a Vryolakus. Have you two heard of it? Chris froze, his expression one of shock. Vryolakus? Here in Beacon Hills? Yes. Allison confirmed. Victoria's face paled. Allison, please tell me you didn't fight a Vryolakus. They're too dangerous. Allison smiled reassuringly. Well, we already fought her and her pack. They're dead. Scott and Allison then recounted the battle and shared stories about the other supernatural creatures they'd encountered. Hours passed before Scott finally stood and stretched. It's late. I should head home. Allison, are you staying here tonight? I'll stay, she said, glancing at her mother. I want to spend the night with Mom. Scott smiled. All right. He turned to Chris. By the way, do you want the bite? Because after tonight, you'll never beat her in bed again. Chris glared. Get out of my house, punk. I don't need your bite. Scott smirked mischievously. Whenever you change your mind, let me know. Oh, and one more thing, next time you decide to have fun with your wife, remember your daughter has super hearing now. Chris's face turned crimson. You heard that? Why do you think we went to the car? Scott quipped, grinning. Allison groaned. Scott, did you have to say that? You just made things so awkward. Scott said. All right, I'll shut up. I was going to mention how we heard your dad crying like a baby, but... Chris didn't let him finish. He leapt from his seat, chasing Scott out of the house. Outside, Scott stopped and turned serious. Chris, be careful of Gerard. He'll try to harm Allison and Victoria. Chris's expression hardened. If he tries anything, I'll deal with him. Scott nodded, said nothing more, and headed to his car and drove home. Chapter 79, Allison's Fury. The next morning, Allison woke up to find herself hugging Victoria. She blinked, adjusting to the sunlight streaming through the window, and looked at her mother. Victoria was already awake, smiling softly at her. Good morning, sweetheart. Victoria said, brushing a strand of hair from Allison's face. I can't remember the last time you slept hugging me like this. Probably when you were 5 or 6, back when you used to get scared at night. Allison smiled, warmth blooming in her chest. Well, I don't mind hugging you to sleep from time to time, Mom. And we should hang out more. Victoria raised an eyebrow, her fingers gently combing through Allison's hair. Hang out more? Yeah. Allison said with a grin. Like going shopping, doing girl stuff together. Victoria chuckled, her smile widening. I see. I wouldn't mind that. And I want you to know, Allison, even though I may be tough on you sometimes, I love you more than anything in this world. I know. Allison replied, her voice soft yet teasing. That's why I dared to hand you a gun yesterday and dared you to shoot me. Victoria narrowed her eyes playfully, pinching Allison's cheek. That was bold of you, young lady. I think you need some punishment for that. Before Allison could react, Victoria started tickling her. Allison burst into laughter, squirming and begging her mother to stop. After a few moments of playful chaos, they finally settled down, both smiling and catching their breath. All right, sweetheart. Victoria said, standing up. I need to take a shower. I sweated a lot last night. That's because your body was changing. Allison explained. How do you feel right now, Mom? Victoria paused, considering her answer. I hate to admit it, but I feel incredible. I can hear your father cooking breakfast downstairs, smell everything in the kitchen, and my body feels stronger than ever. Allison beamed. That's great. And this is only the beginning. Wait until you go through your first full moon and become a true shapeshifter. You'll be far stronger than you are now. Victoria's expression turned cautious. Are you sure I won't lose control during the full moon? Or if I get angry? You won't, Mom. Allison assured her. You'll have complete control, even during the full moon. And there's so much more you need to learn about our abilities. I'll tell you everything over breakfast with Dad. Victoria nodded. All right. But first, I need that shower. As she moved toward the bathroom, she paused, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Before Allison could escape, Victoria scooped her up and slung her over her shoulder like she weighed nothing. Mom! Put me down! Allison protested, laughing and squirming. I'm not going into the bathroom with you. You and Dad did, that in there yesterday. Victoria rolled her eyes. I cleaned it, don't worry. Now, let's see how much my little girl has grown. Despite her protests, Allison couldn't stop laughing as Victoria carried her to the bathroom. After their shower, the two women came downstairs to find Chris already at the table, breakfast spread out and ready. Chris looked up, a smile breaking across his face. You two had a lot of fun this morning, hey? I missed this. I missed hearing laughter in the house. I missed you, sweetheart. Allison walked over and hugged her dad tightly. I missed you too, Dad. Chris then turned to Victoria, pulling her into a warm embrace and kissing her gently. You have no idea how glad I am that I didn't lose you yesterday. Me too, Chris. Victoria said softly. Me too. The three sat down to eat, the aroma of pancakes, eggs, and bacon filling the air. As they dug in, Chris glanced at Allison and said. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I like that punk Scott. Just a little, though. Allison smirked. I don't know why you ever hated him, Dad. I couldn't ask for a better partner. He's perfect. Chris groaned. Forget I said anything. I still hate him. Do you know how awkward it was when I called his dad, only to find out they haven't spoken in years? Allison burst out laughing. Who told you to ask for Melissa's number? Scott's super protective of his mom. Victoria tilted her head curiously. Melissa? Is that her name? I think we need to meet her. Maybe have dinner together. You're going to love her, Mom. Allison said, still grinning. She's so much fun. And by the way, she's an alpha werewolf, the one you saw at the old Hale house. Chris asked. The huge grey wolf that saved you when Peter wanted to attack you. Allison nodded. Yep, that was her. Victoria looked thoughtful. So, can everyone in Scott's pack? I mean, our pack. Can all of you turn into wolves? And have huge wolf forms like him and his mother? Yes. Allison said. After our first full moon, we can shift into wolves the size of tigers. When we become alphas, we grow even bigger. The stronger we get, the larger our wolf forms become. Scott says that's just how it works. You should see how huge Scott's wolf form is now. Chris leaned back in his chair. Bigger than when I saw him at the school. Much bigger. Allison said, her smile proud. Victoria raised an eyebrow. He can get stronger? Is that one of his abilities? Yes, not just his. Allison explained. Everyone in our pack has that ability. We can absorb other creatures' strength and abilities through our claws. Victoria leaned back thoughtfully. As a hunter, I would have considered that ability a nightmare. But now, as one of you, I think it's incredible. So, the ability to teleport through shadows, Scott absorbed that from another creature. Allison nodded again. Yes, he got it from the Vryolakus. Victoria's curiosity grew. I see. And when you say we're immune to other werewolves' weaknesses, what exactly does that include? Wolfsbane, poison, mountain ash, and mental control. Allison said. Oh, and we can talk to each other telepathically. Telepathically. Victoria tilted her head. How does that work? You'll have to wait until your first full moon. Allison teased. Oh, I almost forgot, show me your claws, Mom. Let's see if you're a wolf like me or something else. Just focus, and they'll come out. Victoria concentrated, and her claws extended. They were yellowish and almost translucent. Allison gently took her mother's hand, examining the claws closely and comparing them to her own. Mom, these aren't wolf claws. And they're not like Lydia's, either. Chris leaned in. What's Lydia? She's a banshee. Allison explained. But she's not a normal banshee. She has black wings, black talons, and we think she'll eventually be able to turn into a crow when she becomes an alpha. Chris studied Victoria's claws. You know what kind of claws these are, don't you, Victoria? Victoria nodded slowly. They're cat claws, but what kind of cat, I'm not sure. Cool. Allison grinned. So, you'll be like a werewolf or a were-tiger or something. Victoria chuckled nervously. I just hope it's nothing too weird. Suddenly, the front door opened, and Gerard entered the house. His sharp gaze landed on Victoria, and his expression twisted into a mix of fury and disgust. Victoria. He sneered. I thought you, of all people, would do the honorable thing as a hunter. He then turned to Chris. And you're no better. If you can't end her, I will. Kate already brought shame to this family, and I won't let our reputation be tarnished any further. Without hesitation, Gerard drew his gun and aimed it at Victoria. Before he could pull the trigger, Allison's eyes glowed red, and in a blur of speed, she appeared in front of him. She grabbed his hand tightly, forcing him to drop the gun as he screamed in pain. Gerard's eyes widened in terror as he looked into Allison's glowing eyes. You, monster! You're one of them. Allison's voice was cold. Yes, I'm a monster. And now I'll show you just how much of a monster I can be. With that, she punched him in the face, knocking out several teeth. You dared to try to kill my mother. She growled. Let me show you what happens to monsters like you. She hit him again, this time in the stomach, and followed it up with several more strikes before grabbing his arm. Is this the arm you wanted to use to shoot my mother? She growled. Let me fix that for you. With a sharp snap, she broke his arm. Allison, that's enough. Chris shouted. Allison glanced back at her father. No, Dad, it's not enough. Letting someone like Gerard live will only bring more trouble. Let me kill him. Chris shook his head firmly. Sweetheart, let him go. Just this once. If he ever comes near us again, it'll be his end. Allison hesitated, her eyes narrowing at Gerard. Finally, she released him and stepped back toward her mother. Chris stepped forward, glaring at Gerard. Get up, and don't come near my family again. Saving your life today is the last thing I'll ever do for you as your son. Gerard struggled to his feet, clutching his broken arm. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but the low growl emanating from Allison stopped him. Swallowing his words, he turned and stumbled toward the door. At the threshold, Chris called after him. Here's some advice, Gerard, leave Beacon Hills. Run as far and as fast as you can. Victoria is part of Scott's pack now, and you just tried to kill her. I don't need to tell you what Scott will do to you, and I won't save you from him. Goodbye, Gerard. Gerard froze for a moment before continuing to his car. With one hand, he started the engine and drove off without looking back. After Gerard left, Chris walked back into the house, glancing at Allison, who was still visibly angry. He asked. Allison, what was that? You said you don't lose control. Allison, crossing her arms, replied. Who said I lost control? I knew exactly what I was doing. I wanted to kill him, Dad. He tried to kill Mom. Chris sighed, unsure of what to say. Victoria smiled warmly at her daughter. Thank you, sweetheart, for protecting me. But, I can protect myself, and remember, now I have powers like yours. Allison softened a little and nodded. I know, Mom. I just hate that monster. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Scott had arrived. Allison opened the door, greeted him with a kiss, and stepped aside. Scott, sensing her emotions, asked. What's wrong? I can feel your anger. I'll tell you on the way to school. Allison said. Come in and wait for me to change. Did you bring my bag with you? Yes. Scott replied, walking in while Allison headed upstairs. Scott greeted Victoria and Chris with a grin. Good morning, lovebirds. Victoria chuckled. Good morning, Scott. Chris, however, merely snorted, saying nothing. Scott shrugged, and turned to Victoria. How are you feeling? Great, actually. Victoria said, smiling. And thank you. I don't think I said that yesterday. No need to thank me. Scott replied with a reassuring smile. A few minutes later, Allison returned, ready for school. She waved goodbye to her parents as she left with Scott. On their way, she recounted what had happened with Gerard and told him about Victoria's claws. Scott's expression darkened. Don't worry about Gerard. The next time I see him, I'll kill him. After leaving the Argent house, Gerard went straight to the hospital to have his broken arm set in a cast. Once that was done, he gathered 6 of his hunters and set out to attack Derek. They armed themselves heavily and made their way to Derek's lair in the heart of the Beacon Hills warehouse district. On their way, one of the hunters secretly sent a message to Chris, warning him about Gerard's plan. Chris received the message while at home and immediately got into his car with Victoria, driving to intercept Gerard. When Gerard and his hunters arrived at Derek's lair, they found him alone. Without hesitation, they attacked. Gerard stayed back, letting the hunters face Derek first. Derek fought valiantly, taking down all 6 hunters, but he was wounded in the process, shot several times and nearly exhausted. Just as he was catching his breath, Gerard struck, shooting him with a wolfsbane-laced bullet. Finally, Gerard sneered, approaching Derek with a twisted grin. "I've got you." Then, he shocked Derek with a taser wand, causing him to collapse further. Gerard pulled out a syringe filled with a pale, ominous liquid. "This," he said, holding the syringe up for Derek to see, "is Cana venom. I collected it from the dead hunters yesterday. It'll paralyze you completely." Without hesitation, Gerard stabbed the syringe into Derek's arm, injecting the venom. Moments later, the venom took effect. Derek's body stiffened as he became fully paralyzed, unable to move but still locked in his werewolf form. Gerard pried Derek's mouth open with his one good hand. Smirking, he shoved his leg into Derek's mouth and jabbed the taser wand into the side of his jaw. The electric jolt forced Derek's jaw muscles to contract, causing him to clamp down on Gerard's calf. Gerard yanked his leg free, ignoring the pain, and burst into maniacal laughter. "Now!" Gerard hissed, his voice dripping with malice. "I'll keep you locked up until I can take your alpha spark. Once I have it, I'll kill that bitch Victoria and her precious daughter. Then, I'll hunt down Scott and his pack. I'll kill them all. Ha ha ha." As Gerard's laughter echoed through the warehouse, a gunshot rang out. He screamed in pain as a bullet struck his shoulder. Spinning around, he spotted Chris and Victoria standing at the entrance, Chris holding a smoking gun. "Chris!" Gerard hissed through gritted teeth, clutching his shoulder. "How dare you shoot your own father?" Chris stepped forward, his face cold. "You're not my father anymore. You're a monster." Realizing he was outmatched, Gerard fumbled for a flash grenade, pulling the pin and tossing it at Chris and Victoria. The room was consumed by a blinding light. By the time Chris and Victoria's vision cleared, Gerard was gone. Victoria turned to Chris. "Should we follow him?" Chris shook his head. "No. Let him go. I promise, this is the last time." Victoria frowned, her eyes narrowing. "You heard what he said. He wants to kill Allison. If I see him again, I'll kill him, Chris, and I'll tell Scott exactly what he said." Chris nodded. "I won't stop you." Turning back to Derek, Chris knelt beside him. "You don't look too good, Derek." Derek, lying on the ground, paralyzed and breathing heavily, glared at Chris but said nothing. Chris sighed. "Don't worry. You told Allison what happened yesterday, and she stopped Victoria from doing something terrible. I'll repay the favor." "How can I help?" With great difficulty, Derek rasped. "Gerard shot me with a wolfsbane bullet. Take me to Deaton. You know him, right?" Chris nodded. "Yeah, I do." Meanwhile, Victoria checked on the downed hunters. "Chris, they're alive, but some are seriously hurt." Chris stood. "All right, I'll take care of them. You take Derek to Deaton." Victoria nodded. "Got it." She helped Derek into her car and drove straight to Deaton's animal clinic. Chapter 80, The Fiend in the Swamp. A few days had passed since Gerard's attempt to kill Victoria and his attack on Derek. Melissa, in an effort to bridge the gap between their families, invited the Argents over for dinner. That evening, she was busy cooking with Scott and Isaac in the kitchen. At night, the Argents arrived at Scott's house. Melissa opened the door to greet them. "Allison," Melissa said with a warm smile as Allison hugged her. "Hi, Melissa," Allison said cheerfully before introducing her parents. "These are my parents, Victoria and Chris." Turning to her parents, Allison added, "Mom, Dad, this is Melissa." Chris and Victoria exchanged a glance, visibly surprised by how young Melissa looked. Victoria quickly recovered and said, "It's nice to meet you, Melissa. I didn't expect you to be so young." Melissa smiled graciously, shaking Victoria's hand as she said, "Come on in." Then, leaning closer, she whispered into Victoria's ear. "Since you're one of us now, I'll let you in on a secret. I absorbed the power of a vampire, that is why I look so young. Victoria smirked, responding softly. Then I should start hunting for a vampire myself. Scott approached them at that moment and noticed Chris staring at Melissa. He grinned mischievously and teased. Hey, Uncle Chris, you can stop ogling my mom now. Chris glared at Scott, flustered. He quickly turned to Victoria and defended himself. Don't listen to him. I was just surprised at how young she is. Scott laughed and quipped. Victoria, you might want to keep your husband in check. Scott, don't be rude. Melissa chided him, though her tone carried amusement. Allison chuckled. Don't worry, Melissa. That's just how they are. The evening progressed with both families enjoying dinner together. They talked, laughed, and got to know one another better, strengthening their bond. The following day was a school-free day. Scott was awakened by a knock on the front door. Groggily, he opened it to find Styles and Sheriff Stilinski standing there. Uncle Noah, good morning. Scott greeted with a smile. What did Styles do this time? Who says I did anything? Styles retorted indignantly. Dad just needs some help. Scott stepped aside to let them in. Come on in, he said before turning to Noah. So, Uncle Noah, how are you handling this whole supernatural creatures thing? Noah exhaled deeply. It hasn't been easy, but I'm adjusting. Scott grinned. Glad to hear it. So, what can I do for you? I've got a case. Noah said, his tone serious. And I think it's supernatural. All right, let's sit down and talk. Do you want anything to drink? Scott offered. No, thank you. Noah replied. They moved to the living room, and Scott gestured for Noah to start explaining. We have 2 dead deer hunters and 1 terrified hunter in the hospital. Noah began. When we questioned the survivor, he said they were out hunting when they saw a deer eating another deer. It was huge, so they didn't care why it was eating the other deer, they just decided to hunt it. But when they shot it, the bullet didn't penetrate its skin. That's when the deer looked at them. He described it as some kind of monstrous hybrid between a deer and a rat, with sharp teeth and 4 large fangs. Then it stood up on its hind legs and attacked them. 2 of his friends were killed on the spot, and he only survived because he was wearing a Kevlar vest. He said the monster hit him with a clawed hand, and he flew about 8 meters into a bush. He played dead after that. The creature didn't care about him and started eating one of his friends. Once it had its fill, it dragged the other body away. Styles said. I've read some of those supernatural books, but I haven't come across anything like that. Scott frowned, thinking. There are a few deer-related supernatural creatures, but most of them are harmless. From what you've described, this sounds like a fiend. It's a monstrous deer-like creature with huge antlers. Is it a shapeshifter? Styles asked. Scott shook his head. No. It's a supernatural creature, but not human. Does it hunt humans like a Wendigo? Noah asked. Scott said. Not exactly. Fiends usually live in dense forests or swamps. They avoid humans when possible, but if humans get in their way, they kill them. That's what the book says. Scott retrieved a book from the shelf and handed it to Noah and Styles. Here, this is the book that has information about fiends. After reading, Styles grinned. So, are we going hunting today? Scott smiled. Yeah. There's nothing else going on today, so let's go hunting, and call the rest of the pack too. Reaching out to them telepathically, Scott told his pack to meet him at the Beacon Hills Preserve. Then he shouted. Isaac, get up. We're going hunting. A few minutes later, a groggy Isaac emerged. Melissa, hearing the commotion, woke up and came downstairs as well. She greeted Noah and asked Scott. What are you hunting? Scott explained the situation to her. Do you need my help? Melissa asked. Scott smiled. No, but you're welcome to come along if you want. Melissa shook her head. I've got to meet Deaton. I'm learning from him. Scott nodded. All right, Mom. Have a good day. You too, son. Be careful. Melissa said. Scott turned to Noah. Uncle Noah, are you coming with us? Yes. Noah said firmly. I want to see what this thing looks like with my own eyes. Scott grinned. As you wish. Let's go hunting. When they arrived at the woods, the group waited until the entire pack had gathered. Victoria and Chris came with Allison. After exchanging greetings, Scott explained the details about the fiend. Turning to Chris and Victoria, he asked, "Have either of you dealt with one before?" Victoria shook her head. "I haven't." Chris nodded. "I have, but it wasn't as strong as the one you're describing." Styles raised an eyebrow. "How do you know it wasn't as strong as this one?" Chris replied. "We killed it with hunting rifles back then. But you said the hunters in this case shot it, and their bullets didn't penetrate its skin." Styles said. "I see." Scott looked at Noah. "Uncle Noah, can you take us to where the hunters were attacked? We'll need to pick up its scent." "Follow me," Noah said, leading them deeper into the forest. As they walked, Scott sensed something following them. A small smile tugged at his lips as he thought, "Looks like it's time to bring her into the pack." Allison walked up beside him and spoke telepathically. "Scott, there's a coyote following us, but I don't think it's just a coyote. I think it's like us." Scott responded. "I know. Don't worry about her for now. I'll deal with her after we take care of the fiend." "All right," Allison replied. When they reached the location where the hunters had been attacked, Noah pointed to the spot. "This is where it happened. We found the remains of one of them here. Can you guys pick up the scent?" Styles wrinkled his nose. "Yeah, and it stinks." The group followed the scent trail, which led them deeper into the woods and eventually to a muddy swamp. Scott scanned the area before turning to Chris. "Uncle Chris, shoot into the center of the swamp. It's hiding there." Chris raised his rifle and fired several shots into the swamp. Moments later, the fiend emerged, a towering beast with massive antlers, a face that was a grotesque blend of deer and rat, and long, matted fur trailing from the back of its head. "Damn, that thing is ugly," Boyd muttered, stepping back. "And it reeks." Everyone instinctively took a step backward, covering their noses. Scott glanced at his pack. "So, who's fighting it?" Lydia raised her hand. "Not me. That thing is disgusting." Allison, Erica, and Victoria all stepped back simultaneously, saying, "Me neither." Scott sighed, shaking his head. "All right. Boyd, Styles, and Isaac, which one of you is taking it down?" Styles and Isaac exchanged glances. "Boyd will do it," Styles said quickly. Isaac nodded. "Yeah, Boyd's the strongest of the three of us, so he's the obvious choice." Boyd narrowed his eyes. "Since when am I the strongest between us?" "Since today," Styles replied with a grin. "Congrats, man." Before Boyd could argue, the fiend let out a guttural roar and charged toward them. Scott ordered, "Everyone back off. Boyd, it's all yours." Boyd shifted into his werewolf form, his yellow eyes glowing as fur grew along his cheeks. He growled at Styles and Isaac. "You two are going pay for this later." Turning his attention to the fiend, Boyd roared and charged. At the last second, he sidestepped the beast and delivered a powerful punch to its jaw, sending it crashing to the ground and knocking out several of its teeth. The fiend scrambled to its feet, disoriented, but Boyd didn't give it a chance to recover. He leaped into the air and delivered an axe kick to the creature's head, driving it back to the ground. Boyd pounced on its back, grabbing one of its antlers with one hand while repeatedly punching its head with the other. When the fiend finally stopped moving, Boyd stabbed his claws into its body and began absorbing its power. Once the process was complete, he punched the creature's head with all his strength, shattering its skull and sending bits of brain flying. Scott said, "Since you've already touched that thing, why don't you throw it back into the swamp?" Boyd sighed. "Fine." He grabbed the fiend by its leg and dragged it back to the swamp, tossing it into the murky water. Styles walked up, his curiosity piqued. "So, what did you get from it?" Boyd shrugged. "Not much. Just a bit of strength. That thing was weak and didn't have any special abilities." Scott nodded. "All right, let's get out of here. This place reeks."
Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200+ audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.